save me, girl with blue hair and pronouns, save me. That's how I feel with Aqua. Maybe she could redeem this game for me. Hello? Okay, that's not how I felt I needed to be greeted. God, I love Sonic Adventure music. Dare I say Sonic Adventure music is, in my opinion, slightly better than Sonic Adventure 2's music, but Live and Learn is iconic, and I can't say that the rock in SA1 is better than SA2, but I think the overall ambience of the music in SA1 is like so much better, in my opinion. Sonic Adventure music makes me feel like a kid again. It really just, it really gives the vibes of like the GameCube, Dreamcast era of games, because like, I don't know, games nowadays just don't have that same feel. Maybe it's because we're older. Who knows? But there's just something about it that's just like very... not only is it nostalgic as an adult, but even back then it felt nostalgic. Does that make sense? SA2 has more iconic songs, but SA1 as a whole has better soundtrack. Yeah, no, I so agree with that. Anyways, hello. Today I have my fuck-ass bob, and I also noticed that I think my hairstylist cut my bangs like slanted. I think she cut my bangs like this. And I don't know what to do with it. I literally sat, like, I was literally... Yeah, can you see it? Like, I've been messing with my hair and I'm like, oh my god, no way. Oh my god, no way did she do that. So, I leave in 2 days, and I'm trying to see if I can maybe book an appointment to fix this, because what the fuck? At the very least, it's not completely, it's not completely even, and so I'm sitting here like, what do I do? So I'm gonna see, there's like, okay, there is a, like a hair salon like right across the street from my house, and I'm like, okay, if they can't fix it, then I'm fucked. Like, maybe bangs definitely look, no, I just like fully noticed that today, because I was like fixing my bangs and I was like, oh, I mean, obviously it's not like super noticeable, but once I point it out, you see it, right? It still slays it. Oh, thank you. Also, hi, Shu. But yeah, no, I'm at a point where I'm like, oh my god, what do I do? What do I do? How can I get it fixed, you know? But anyways, we are going to, oh my god, chat, I started stream even earlier than yesterday.
Oh,
look at that.
This is happening.
Isaac69.
Isaac! Thank you so much for the 12 gifted. Look at that, Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Guys, I've never played that game, and I'm so excited to play it with you guys. I'm so excited. I love a good classic Sonic game, and apparently that, from what I've heard, which is crazy because, like I said, I'm such a Sonic girly. Crazy how I've never played it before. So I'm very excited. Isaac, thank you so much. We're so back when I get back. Anyways, so here's the plan, chat. Here's the plan of action. We're gonna get through as much of Aqua's story tonight as we possibly can. But tomorrow is my last day home, so I gotta like prep. I gotta pack, I gotta go shopping. I have to clean. I don't know about y'all, but I love to clean my house before I leave. I say this as if I don't live with like 5 other people. I like to have my room clean, and I always clean the bathroom before I leave, which I did already, so I had a productive day. I did clean the bathroom, and I vacuumed my room, but I didn't like dust it or like, you know, wipe down my mirrors or my monitors yet, so I'm gonna do that after I stream. But I love to have like, I want to make sure that my stuff is clean before I leave. I also have like a shit ton of laundry to do tomorrow, so your girl's got shit to do. So we're gonna get as much of Aqua's story done tonight as we possibly can, and then see if we can finish her story tomorrow. So we're grinding out blue hair girl. On the other hand, you guys want to see my new keyboard? I got a new keyboard because my dad made fun of me for my keyboard. Do you guys remember that when my dad was making fun of me for my keyboard? Yeah, remember how I showed you guys my keyboard and you guys saw how the keys were disgusting? Like, remember how you could not tell which one was the A key and which one was the S key? Yeah. So here, I'll unbox my silly little keyboard with y'all. I'm not sponsored by anybody. I literally like, I was gifted this by a friend. So yeah, my key. So let's. Okay. I originally bought this all the way back in November when I spilled wine in my keyboard. I don't know if any of you guys remember that, but I spilled wine in my keyboard all the way back in November. Yeah. And I bought this keyboard to replace my keyboard, but it's about time. I've had this keyboard for like 6 years now. It's time for her to go. It's time for her to go. So one of my friends actually, shout outs to her, by the way. One of my friends, she bought me this keyboard to replace my old dusty, crusty, musty wine keyboard. And I think it's funny because my dad was making fun of me for having like a disgusting keyboard. And I was like, all right, Dad, whatever. So I showed him this keyboard and he thinks it looks good. So what do you guys think? All right, hold on. I showed him pictures of it. But anyways. It's a Ducky keyboard if you guys are wondering. So yes, it's a pre-built because a bitch does not know how to build keyboards. I think it would be a fun little hobby. I think it'd be a fun little hobby to get into like keyboard building, but look at that! Isn't she cute? Woo! I'm a full keyboard girly. I have to have my numpad because if I don't have my numpad, I'm lost. Like, I don't know what, I'm lost without a numpad. I love to have my full keyboard, but yeah, I got a cute little, it's called their matcha keyboard, I'm pretty sure. I don't know why this enter key is darker than the rest of the keys, but like, I don't really care. It's a keyboard, it's functional, right? Keyboard building is fun, can confirm. I think next time I get a keyboard, I want to build it, but in the meantime, I think this is such a good upgrade. It's clean, she looks good. I'm also tired of having lights on my keyboard, so I was like, oh, finally, a non-gamer keyboard. I love a keyboard that doesn't light up. Can I be so for real? I'm done with the black and white, not the black and white, the black and red gamer keyboard stereotype. I don't want to be a gamer. I want to be cute. I mean, I want to be gaming, you know, but I want to be gaming cutely, you know? I'm blind, so I need the RGB. I don't like the RGB. Mission accomplished. Anyways, new keyboard, chat. I'm going to set that up the night after I clean my room. I'm very excited for it. Anyways, that's all I have to say. That's my update for today. We're just going to try to get through Aqua Story as fast as we can. Without it being too fast, you know. I still want to enjoy the story. But I also want to play Sonic 3 and Knuckles when I come home. So, thank you again, Isaac. I hope you guys have had a good day. I did my Duolingo. Did you guys do your Duolingo? Dude, you can so tell my bangs are slanted. I need to get this fixed. Hold on. I'm setting a reminder right now so I can get my bangs fixed. This is not okay. This is not okay. You could tell that they're slanted. Girl. No. Okay, let me... New reminder. Tomorrow. Fix bangs. In all caps. Okay. Dude, I literally... How does it feel to be 2 days out from being done with this collection? That's crazy. I started this all the way back in, what was it, December, guys? And now we're almost done? That's crazy. Alrighty. Can you guys hear the game? Making sure. No, I'm playing on my Xbox. My mods, gifted me. My mods and a couple friends gifted me, an Xbox for Christmas so I could play Sonic Unleashed. Because I've never played Sonic Unleashed on the Xbox. And, instead I started playing Kingdom Hearts on it. So, that's where we are. But I have been using my Xbox for the past, like, 3 months almost now. So shout outs, thank you again, mods. Are we not your friends? Okay, well, yes, you are my friends, but you know what I mean. Plans of playing 2. What does that mean? What is 2.8? What is 2.8? Once we start, some spoilers for me, but I hope you have fun, friends and gamers. Thank you, Isaac. Isaac, do not worry. We will be playing a game you can watch once we get back. I started this in May. You caught up hella wait. Like last May? Also, thank you for the follow. 2.8 is the next collection. What games are in that? It's just is the next Kingdom Hearts game? Oh. Kingdom Hearts 3D? I don't know what 0.2 means. You guys are saying words. So, I heard I don't need to play this one. So I'm not. I like my sanity. Yeah, you guys are saying numbers. It doesn't make sense to me, but I'm gonna pretend it makes sense. I will not listen to me. Look at me in the eyes, chat. I will not save over Ven or Terra's file. I will not save over Ven or Terra's file. Okay. We won't do it. It won't happen. Okay. And we have to do new game, right? Not continue. Because if I do continue, it's just the other two, right? It's a fucking 99. Okay. New game. Izzy, when it happens, listen. I'm going standard mode, not beginner mode, because I feel like, bitch, I should just play it all on standard. Granted, my Terra file is completed on beginner. Alright, just because I wasn't gonna deal with going through Terra's story a second time on standard. Like, critical? Listen, if you gifted 50 subs, I'd do it on critical. But, If you gifted 50 subs right now, 100? 50's too easy? Alright, listen, if somebody gifted 100 subs, I would do it on critical. But if not, I'm pressing standard mode. You underestimate us, please. Listen. I'm playing Terra Critical, and it is really not that hard, but I grinded like an idiot all day. That is a whole first time chat. What? That's a lot of words that I don't understand. What is this clip? Why am I being sent this clip? Why is the clip in light mode? I will not. Okay. Anyways, I'm pressing standard mode. All you need to know is Recode is a movie you should watch after this. Okay. Good to know. Oh, it's time for girl! We love girl! Alright, whatever. I love her. I love girl. I love girl so much. Finally! Girl on Women's Month. Finally! I feel like I want to skip this cutscene. I've seen it so many times, but whatever. Jacob was telling me last night how much he loves Aqua, and I'm just like, damn. If this is a Jacob-coded character, then I might just fall in love with her.
Not one, but two of the Keyblades chosen stand here as candidates. But this is neither a competition.
I can't wait to
nor a
attack
battle for
glowing
supremacy.
orbs
Not a test of wills, but a
for
test
the
of
third
heart.
time.
Both
I mean,
can
fourth
prevail,
time.
Or neither. But I am sure our guest, Master Xehanort, did not travel all this way to see our youngest prospect.
So, like, if he knows he's a little evil, why the fuck is he here?
I trust you are ready.
Yes.
Or did that whole
Then let
scene
the
where, like,
examination begin.
or did that whole scene happen while we were, like, out traveling in different worlds? Why does he do that? Why does he go, like, stop? No, that happened in the past. Ericus thought he changed. Oh, okay. So, like, we just let the evil man in. That's fine.
Don't worry about me. You two focus on the exam.
But Ven, you're in danger here. Go wait in your room.
Oh,
No way.
go wait in your room. Okay, older sister vibes, chill. I might relate to her too much.
I'm not gonna miss it.
I might relate to her a little
He
too
can take
much.
care of himself. He's been out there training just as hard as us.
Yeah.
Stay sharp, Ven.
To be fair, Xehanort did bring Ventus in between him scaring Ericus and now. Well, what did he think? He was he changed? Alright. Alright, that did fuck all. Oh, that did nothing. That did nothing. Whoa! 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 Look at her do her cartwheel! I love her cartwheel, chat. I love her cartwheel. What the hell? That's weird. Okay, I don't want that one. I want this one. Thank you. That did nothing. What? 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 Oh, what the hell did I just do? I did something. Alright, how about we... I love how I just keep choosing after a single guy. I know what a Fushigi ball is. Oh my god, not the Fushigi ball.
That was unexpected.
Fushigi? Dude, it's the way that it looked so cool, but like, bitch, I could do that with any random object.
Which brings us to your next trial.
There's just something about ads
Now, Terra
and infomercials
the two
from
of you will face each other in combat.
the early 2000s and the 90s that like kids nowadays will never understand. Like they won't get
When
it.
equal powers clash, their nature is revealed. Begin.
Nowadays kids only know about NordVPN and Raid of Shadow Legends. They'll never understand what it was like to hear about the mesothelioma and how you're entitled to compensation if you or a loved one has had it. OxyClean and Flex Tape, true.
We have deliberated and reached a decision. Terra, Aqua, you both performed commendably. However,
I've seen this so many
only
times, chat,
Aqua
help.
has shown the mark of mastery. Terra, you fail to keep the darkness within you sufficiently in check. But there is always next
They don't know
time.
about the lots and lots of jets and
That
planes.
is all.
I'm thinking about that one
As our
specifically.
newest Keyblade Master, you are entitled to certain knowledge. Please wait here for further instruction.
Hey,
Tara, I'm sorry.
Well, there can only be one, though.
Where did it come from?
But that's all he wanted, you know? That's all he wanted. Poor guy.
What do you make of Ventus?
He ain't gonna cut it. Somebody's gotta break that loser in.
Oh, yeah, no, I've been seeing that.
Here you won't.
The whole, like, I'm entitled, yeah, like, you're
I have to
entitled to
keep up
conversation if you've played
appearances.
any of the following Sonic games, and it was,
I
like,
know that.
original Sonic the
He
Hedgehog,
just needs a little incentive to
um,
leave home.
a bunch of mobile Sonic games. I want to know what that's about.
Sorry. But I need some time alone.
Okay,
And
now,
in so much as
now we
you
gotta
are
shut
now
up.
Keyblade Master, you must always be conscious of. What is that?
What happened?
I don't know. Why isn't Ven here?
Very well then. I will send my pupils to investigate. Yes, I understand. Farewell.
Motion sickness lawsuit, maybe? I don't know, I'm a motion sick girly and I never got sick playing Sonic.
That was my dear old friend Yen Sid. As you know, he is master no more.
Entitled
But
for
he still
conversation if
keeps
the
a
first
close
Sonic
eye
game
on
I
the
bought was
tides
Sonic
of light
Genesis
and
for
darkness.
GBA. I'm
His
so sorry if that
counsel
was your
serves
first
as
Sonic
signposts
game.
on the road we wielders of the Keyblade must walk. All the more reason then for concern, for he tells me the princesses of heart are in danger. Not only from
Why did
the
he say
forces of
princesses
darkness,
like that? He said
which may soon,
princesses.
but also from the evil,
Princesses. Okay.
one that feeds on negativity. Fledgling emotions that have taken monster form. Yen Sid calls them the Unversed. As wielders of the Keyblade, you are tasked with striking down any who would upset the balance of light and darkness.
Okay.
The Unversed are no exception. I tried to pass this
Kill
news
them.
on to Master
Got it.
Xehanort, but my repeated attempts to reach him have failed. I doubt there is any connection, and yet
Aqua's like
all
rocking a
troubles
weird
me.
skirt.
Master Xehanort is gone?
Because I realize that's not a skirt, that's just shorts.
So here we are.
With like
I need you
long
two to get
pieces
this
on the
situation
side.
under control. Eliminate the Unversed and find Master
Bring back
Xehanort.
squirts. I'll say it. I'll
I
say
have
it.
unlocked the lanes between
I don't
them.
care
You may use
if any
these
girlies
forbidden
in the chat
pathways to
are
travel between this world and
scarred
countless others.
by squirts, but I think they were a good invention.
Darkness looms closer than usual within these spaces, but your armor will protect you. Lastly, remember that order must be kept.
Squirts never
You
left,
cannot
girly.
tell anyone there are other worlds.
Why have I never seen a squirt since the early 2000s
Fulfill
then?
your duty.
Yes, Master.
Terra, consider this an opportunity, a second chance for you to change my mind.
What?
You must know.
Gene squirts are extinct? Oh yeah, those are not good. But like a regular, just
I could have
schmegular
my way.
squirt,
I would name you master in a
so
second.
good.
But how can I? When you are so obsessed with power.
They're coming back, kind of. Why do you know this?
You mustn't be afraid of
Are you a squirt
Fear leads to
enthusiast,
obsession with
Nox?
power. An obsession beckons the darkness. You
They'll
must
probably
never
be gone
forget.
again. Oh,
Thank
the
you,
squirt insider. Yeah, Nox, the squirt
swear.
insider.
Master. I will not fail you again.
If you were a squirt in the
Master,
2010s,
best to
girlies
be
would
on my
come
way.
for you. So true. You would have been made fun of.
Wait, Aqua.
And Ven just
Before you
goes.
depart, I have one other, well, call it a request of the utmost priority.
Oh?
Yes?
I told Terra this could be a second chance to show the mark of mastery, and I meant it. However, that flicker of darkness he displayed during the examination, I can sense it runs very deep. If those powers were to prove too much for him to handle, I want you to bring him back to me at once. It's for his own good. I could not bear to lose any of you to the darkness.
Of course. I would never let that happen. I promise you I will bring Terra back. Only this time, you'll see he has what it takes to be a master.
I think, okay, Aqua's voice
He's not
fits
as weak
her,
as you think.
but sometimes she falls flat. Like, her inflection is not... she just falls flat sometimes. I think it's just the direction. Maybe it could have been, but I was going to say her VA's pretty good. I just feel like it's weird sometimes. Yeah, I feel like her delivery can be a little funky. And I mean, as somebody who does voice acting, if you're not getting like sometimes you get weird requests to do like, hey, make it sound like this. And you're just like, okay. So maybe she was dealing with that when they were directing her, but I feel like there's times where she has really good inflection and then she falls flat. It's strange.
No, he mustn't. You have to bring him back.
Don't worry, Master.
Ah, I want to have her hair so bad. What if I committed to the aqua hair? What if? Oh my god. Ooh. Her hoverboard is cool too. I think it's the writing, in my opinion. Honestly, it could just be the writing. Yeah, there's a chance that like she was given strange direction with like the writing, because like sometimes it's really good and then other times I'm like, oh, what happened? But again, if I can't say too much. I'm not a professional. I've never been in a video game yet. Anyways. Guys, I cannot. This is my fucking fourth time here, actually. 17 at the time she voiced Aqua. That could have something to do with it. Yes and no, because I've definitely heard 17-year-olds act their entire little heart out, you know? I think it could have just been the direction she was given.
Mademoiselle, senorita.
Why are we calling her that? We are in France!
Terra!
Man, we got here late.
Terra, Ven ran away from home.
What?
I think he left to go find you. Do you have any idea why?
No. Actually, just before I left, he tried to tell me something. I should have listened to what he had to say.
Honestly, we should talk about Terra's voice acting. He falls flat
So,
a
did you
lot.
manage to locate Master Xehanort?
No, but it seems he's looking for pure hearts filled with light.
Pure hearts, filled with light.
All I can tell you is that his search hasn't taken him here.
All right. I'll stay and see if I can find more clues.
Okay. The prince is in the ballroom ahead.
I think what
He
it
might have
is,
some answers.
actually, now that I'm listening to it
Thanks.
more, she
Aqua.
doesn't...
You still have the same dream?
Well, yes.
She
There's
doesn't
this girl
pronounce her
Her
words
name is Cinderella.
fully.
She made me realize how powerful
And I mean,
it is just to
I'm
believe.
super
No matter how impossible things seem,
guilty of that
a
myself,
powerful enough dream
but
will
I
always be
always
enough
go
to light
back
the
to fix
darkness.
it, because sometimes I notice that I will slur my words together, or it'll just
If you see her,
sound
give her my thanks.
kind of muffled at the end
Will do.
because I'm not fully pronouncing my words. And I think that might be what it
He'll be
is.
all right. He won't give in to it.
Like, it's the way she says her T's. Like, instead of it with an I, she said et with like an E. Oh, I love this song! I love this song! Where am I going? I don't even remember. Finally, girl! What? What? Whoa! Did she just have reflect? Whoa. That's cool. I love her already. Oh, hold on. I love that she just does a whole cartwheel. She's so extra, and for what reason? Like, look at her. Chat, how many of you guys can do a cartwheel? I'm listening. I'm waiting. Women privilege. I kinda can. I can still do it. I'll say it. I can do it. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck was that?
Who are those ladies?
Oh, if I recall correctly, that is Lady Tremaine, and those are her daughters.
There was something very wrong about them.
Girl!
You came back.
There was something very wrong about them!
I was mistaken.
Your Highness, I found this on the palace stairs.
Oh my god, immediate hate!
One dropped by a lovely young lady, and I'll search far and wide to find the maiden to whom this belongs.
You will.
Of course, Your Highness. After all, you finally found someone whom you wish to marry. Upon hearing that happy
Dude,
news,
she's
your
so short
father,
compared to
the
them.
king, has decreed that a quest shall begin immediately throughout the kingdom, and I will start with the closest residence, that of Lady Tremaine.
She was just there for that entire.
I'd better pay her a visit.
I like how Aqua was like, rancid vibes from these girls. She knows. Is there? Nope. Okay, nothing. Got it. Cool. Oh. All right. I'm making sure to hit every single one of these guys, because if I don't, then I don't get EXP. Oh, I love a magic early. We love a magic early. Oh my god, I'm gonna love her, actually. I think playing as... Guys, actually, she's making the game worth it for me. She alone, her is all I have to say. She alone is making this worth it. It was worth last night's fight. What? Okay, buddy. Oh, I love, she's just magic. This is my magical girl right here. Save me, blue hair girl, save me. There we go. And we got chests. There we go. Look at that. Look at us go, chat. How much money do we have? 80. That's not much, but it's something. I'm gonna really quickly just put... Oh, hold on. Bind. I feel like I've never used bind, like once. Fuck it, we're gonna just level this one up, why not? Oh, you should check her shot lock. I forgot about that. Me when I constantly forget about the shot lock. Alright. Oh, bubbles? Okay, I don't know if I fuck with this one very much. It's similar to Ven's. I like the one that we had at the end for Ven. And the one that Terra also has. That's Thunder. Alright. And yippee! Alright. Alright, we're just gonna use this. Level it up, why not? Since we're here. I think that's so funny that it's just, they're just bubbles. I love her moves so far. Big fan, big fan. Am I weird for this? But some of these enemies sound like... They sound like, the Splatoon characters. They sound like Inklings. And that sound... I know I sound fucking crazy for that. But they do, they do. There we go. Aqua, she really is the best. Queen shit. Oh, let me catch up with chat because I feel like I was just grinding enemies. I did not put up the VOD from last night's fight, but I can. I'll add that to my to-do list tomorrow to put up the VODs. People in Cinderella's world are just giants, I guess. Dude, what the hell? Aqua's 5'9". She's a tall girly. What the heck? Oh my god. Why else do you think I said she's hot so many times the other day? Can I say something? I understand, like, Aqua is a conventionally attractive character. And, is like the one girl who y'all can sim for because she's an adult, but like it just kind of sometimes rubs me the wrong way when we immediately just go, oh my god, this woman hot. Because like maybe I'm just a girl and I'm like, oh, I think she's cool. But I just think she's cool, you know? Like, I think she's a badass lady. We don't have to constantly tell women that they're hot. Like, maybe I'm projecting here, but we don't have to constantly call all female characters hot. You know, there's definitely some characters that are very, very like, oh, yeah, of course. But, you know, it's nice when you're complimented on something unique and haven't heard before. Yeah, I just think, yeah, my thing is like, you can be, I don't know. For me, there's a lot of female characters that people are like, oh, she's so hot, she's so hot. And I'm like, oh, I just, you know, she's cool. She's cool. She is pretty and she is cool. But I wouldn't sexualize her, you know? But I think she's awesome so far. Why wouldn't I? Oh, that's right. I'm not fucking, I don't have the dash thingy. Vanilla the rabbit. I feel like Vanilla the rabbit I can't really say what I think about that. I can't. I feel like y'all already know. Hold on. Is there anybody else? Any other guys? This is an insanely big courtyard. Does that do damage to them, or does it literally just block? Yeah, these guys sound like Inklings. Am I wrong? Am I wrong for that? They just do. They have this like. All right. There we go. Here. Let's just use it. don't have. There we go. Oh my god. Fucking. What? And we'll do it again. Oh, that's right. Can't do it. Let's do thunder. God, I think the only thing about this game is sometimes the grinding is like a lot. I think that's the only thing. We're also encountering a shit ton of enemies, like right away. I feel like we had some more time to deal with the unversed last time. Like, I feel like maybe I'm just insane. Who knows? Can you not? That's such a cool move. That's such a cool move. Like, ugh. I feel like she definitely fits my playstyle the most. And I'm so glad I finally get to be her. We're almost done, we're almost done. We're almost there, chat. I've just learned I've gotta just hit every single enemy that I see. Alright. I think we are good. Whoa, starting early? Oh, yeah. We are starting early. Is it me or am I crazy? I feel like we didn't have this many enemies to like beat up right away in like the other two stories. Or am I crazy? Because there's a chance I'm just saying shit, or it just feels a little different, you know? An Aqua AMV? Dude, I'm so here for the Aqua AMV. God, I love this. Okay, you can leave me alone. These little enemies look like Mimikyu. Why are you beating up Miku's? I have to. I have to be a girl boss.
Thunder! Yeah! Freeze!
Alright, hold on.
Gotcha! Win!
Alright, there we go. Finally, can we get across? Nope, we cannot.
Freeze! Thunder!
Miku would understand. Miku would understand, yeah.
Gotcha!
Ooh, our magic increased. Look at that. She's a ballerina, chat. You know what? Aqua would be a ballerina. It just makes sense for her. Oh, okay. No vor for you today, sir. Thank you. All right, let's go. Finally. Can't be a Kingdom Hearts game without a little vor. Let's see, what can we buy? I do like this one, so let's just grab that. She is. Dude, Barrier Search is kind of crazy. Can I just say that? I do like it a lot. All right, we're gonna get rid of Blizzard and then level up. I think I'm gonna do Bind, actually. I think I'm gonna like that. Let's go ahead and save. I will not save! Over. There we go. Look at that, chat. We have all three of them now. See, I told you I wouldn't do it! I don't know why it's going in the 99 save file first. Yippee!
May I present my daughters, Drizella and Anderson?
Holy shit, I forgot her name was Drizella!
As I feared, there's darkness here.
Her Keyblade is so cool.
It's dangerous to fight the darkness with light, my dear.
What? Fairy Godmother?
Who are you?
Yeah, who are you?
Cinderella's
Hello?
fairy godmother. I appear to those who believe that dreams come true.
Then I'm honored. But why would you advise me not to
She's
fight
so real.
darkness with light?
Strong rays of sun create dark shadows. Sadly, Lady Tremaine and both her daughters are jealous of Cinderella's charm and beauty, qualities that appear to you as light. Jealousy is darkness. Light and dark go hand in hand. You can't have one without the other.
Okay.
Then
She just
what should I
spin wisdom, alright.
It's quite simple, dear. One of Cinderella's friends is trying very hard to keep her light from fading. I want you to join little Jacques and help him.
I can do that.
You'll need a bit of my magic to help, Jacques. Come back and see me when you're ready.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, just send me in.
Zippity-boppity-boo!
Was Aqua about to kill those three? I'd like to think so. That's what she was trained to do. She was like, rancid vibes. We gotta get rid of them.
Are you okay?
I hate him. Can I make one complaint about Aqua's design?
Oh, that's not like Ben Vans. Do you have a meet-up, Ben?
I'm Aqua.
I don't get her
but
corset.
Tell me how you know about Ven.
Her corset's
Good friend. Ben Van Happa Jack Fix
just kind of there.
And where is he now?
I don't like her corset.
I see.
Like, everything else is
You
fine.
must have just missed.
I mean, she really is designed by Nomura, huh?
It always fit perfectly before.
Quite enough of this. The next young lady, please.
Oh no, hear that? Gotta flurry. Flinderelli gotta try that flipper.
Her outfit does feel a bit off. I feel like there's just a lot going on. Like, I love her. I love her.
No.
And I like the colors that they have on her.
It's all right. Leave this to me.
But I just it's the corset with the frilly like side pieces. She's also got Hatsune Miku sleeves. Can I talk about that?
Take that! Thunder! Farewell!
He took like 1 damage and he started like screaming, "Oh no." Dude, chill. You're fine. Uh-huh. Alright, let's
Take that! Come on! Thunder!
I cannot wait for more slots to open. I want to be able to oh. Hey, let's leave him alone. I don't like him, but we should leave him alone. Alright, where's my last guy? Is that it? I think that's it. Thunderbolt? They wanted to give her to have a flowy silhouette while giving her something skin tight and athletic. I guess, yeah. It's just kind of all over the place.
Come on. Hurry, Jack.
Whoa, 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 whoa. She just got big! She just got big!
Oh, would it be alright if I tried on the glass slipper?
I met you at the palace. Unfortunately, you are not the young lady the prince is looking for.
But I am a girl.
I am a girl.
Who are you? And what are you doing in my house?
She's probably here to rob us.
Whoa!
That girl does not live here. I have only 2 daughters. I believe we're finished here, Your Grace.
Regardless, she means no harm.
Okay, but like,
Here you are, my dear.
she is just in their house. So, you know.
Hurry.
Your Grace, please wait. May I try it on?
There she is.
Pay no attention to her. She's just an imaginative child.
Madam, my orders were every maiden.
Well, then why did he? Every maiden.
Let her go first.
Why did you diss Aqua?
I actually want to thank you for teaching Tara he needs to keep believing.
Oh?
It's the way he walks. No! Reacting as if I've never seen this before.
What will I do?
Please, don't worry. You see, I have the other slipper.
I love that Cinderella literally just like, she literally just goes, and watch this. Polly Pocket ass feet, by the way.
A perfect fit. I must inform the prince immediately. You will come with me, of course.
A size 2.
Happy to.
I've always wondered that, like, her feet had to be small.
Scullery maid.
I don't know, a single woman, real,
No.
who has size 2
Cinderella
feet.
will be put in her place.
Okay, how about you guys stop being so rancid?
What's that? What happened? Where is Cinderella?
She was attacked by a creature, a monster in the forest.
A monster?
Bitch, what the fuck? Why isn't she in a carriage? Why isn't she in a carriage? Oh. What the fuck? How could... Shout! A girl's girl! A girl's girl!
This is what happens.
She is a girl's girl!
My wishes.
The darkness in their hearts overtook them. Go.
Alright, time to kill. This is awkward because, like, how the fuck did this just... Huh? I'm just trying to figure out, like, what I need to do here. Oh. Y'all, I don't have... Oh, shit, okay. Hold on. Turn over. Oh, shit, oh, shit, oh, shit, oh, shit. Oh, there's guys. There's little guys. Uh-huh. Okay. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Pause. All right, get this bitch. Fuck. All right, whatever. What for? Can we not for women, please? Guys, if I played I need if I had $1 for every single video game I played with war in it. Okay. Get out. Terra! I mean, not Terra, fucking Aqua! I can't believe we just disrespected her like that. Alright, pressing A. Does this win us? It did not. Actually, let's, look at that! First try, chat! We need a vor counter. Every time I've encountered vor in my video game experience, I cannot believe Lady Tremaine and her daughters are dead. Did they just explode? Wait. They did? The darkness in their hearts overtook them. I guess they just explode. A
pure heart filled with light? It's strange. The master taught me darkness needs to be destroyed.
Oh?
How? If not with light.
Oh, my dear, you're too young to know. Experience more things, and you'll find the answer. Just trust in your dreams.
Okay, well, I actually like this. I like this for Aqua. She's like having a good learning moment. Guys, I did not... I don't remember what I was saying. Oh, I'm trying to talk about the other... Ooh, which one should I go to, chat? Should we go to Snow White or Sleeping Beauty? Real fast, let's do this, though. Finally. I'm gonna put sliding dash here. Can we do Blizzard and... Let's see what happens. Oh. Would you like that? I'm gonna keep using bind just because. Just because. Save me, blue hair girl. Do you want to get absolute zero shock lock early? Oh, is that in the same place as the one we got for Ven yesterday? I see a lot of Sleeping Beauties in the chat. Let's just go there. Oh, we go straight. We just go straight here, don't we?
I think I
Is Remy in any of these games, chat? Is Ratatouille in 3? Please say he's there. Yes! Whoa! I have to play 3. Shit. I gotta play 3. Oh, wait. I have to play that one. Shit. Ew, Frozen. I don't like Frozen. Can I be so for real? Not a fan. Tangled greater than Frozen. I think the message of Frozen was sweet. I think the message was very good, but I did not care for how much they capitalized Frozen. And I no longer think Frozen is that cool. I just maybe it's my trauma that I just don't like Frozen that much. But like also Frozen 2 is bad. Can I say it? Can I say it? Dude, Frozen 2 is not good. Frozen 2 is not good. It wasn't awful. It was the most mid thing I'd ever seen. It wasn't like disgusting, but it was not good. And the movie is very inoffensive. Yeah, I think Frozen, like, originally was fine. I think it was a cute movie. I liked it when I first saw it. So many people turning against Frozen, like how Sonic fans turned against Sonic Colors eventually. It's just a thing, like, I think I just seen too much of it. You know, I think the movie, the first time I saw it, was really good. And I don't think the movie is bad. I just don't care for it anymore. Frozen 1 was everywhere the year it came out and it got annoying. That's what it was. It just got super annoying and they like capitalized on it way too hard for me. Princess and the Frog greater than Frozen. We do love Princess and the Frog. Wish is mid. Never seen Wish, but which makes me kind of sad because that was like our. I can't remember. Is she? I can't remember if the protagonist, like the princess for that movie for Wish, is she Latina? I can't remember. I'm pretty sure. We love Moana. Moana is good. We love Moana. I don't know. Princess and the Frog could have been better, but it's still good. I think it's a good movie, but I don't think it's like the best of the best, you know? Which is just meh. The first Latina princess was Sophia the First. Wait, what? What? Does the girl from Encanto count as a princess? I don't think so. You know, it made me really sad. The first, like, Southeast Asian princess we got was, I think it was called Rhea. Yeah, I think it was called Rhea and the Last Dragon or something like that. I don't remember. It was fine. It was such a fine movie, which makes me really sad because I was like, oh, yo, finally Southeast Asia representation. And then it wasn't good. And then it was just the most mid thing I'd ever seen. Encanto was good. You know what's better? Coco. Oh my god. I need to watch that. I need to watch Coco again. What a good movie. Book of Life sweep. Book of Life felt kind of everywhere to me. But I really like the art of it. The art was phenomenal. Okay. What? Okay. That's fine. Guys, that didn't happen. Woman down, woman down. Alright. Let's get the next guy. The archers are so annoying. Cause like, why? For what reason? Oh my god, the way her jump actually made it to where she survived that. Alright, let's get our silly little orbs. Let's call on Ven.
Gotcha. Win.
This guy pisses me off. Kill him. Alright. Where's my last guys? There they are. We're almost done. Okay, hold on. Oh, we love a girl boss. Okay. Oh fuck! Yes, cure. All right, we're needing this. I feel like I keep not. I keep like getting damaged really bad. So let's just take a cure. The shot lock. Oh shit! I should go back out.
There's no way Tara would hurt somebody like that.
You don't believe me? That's unfortunate, for he agreed so easily.
He did?
Ven, don't be fooled.
Aqua!
Tara would never do that. You know that as well as I do.
Yeah.
Ah, the truth can be most cruel, even amongst the closest of friends. After all,
She does nothing
one
here,
never
by the way.
knows the secrets of another's
Like,
heart. I'm
Maleficent
sure
does
you'll
what?
agree, Ventus. Aqua.
Can I say something that is kind of cool that I like about this game?
The master sent me.
Huh?
Ven, let's go home.
I think it's cool that
But Tara...
you learn the full
Tara's not
story
ready to
of
leave yet.
each world with each character. I think that was done really well.
Sorry,
I'm not huge on revisiting the same worlds
with you.
over and over again,
It's just I have
but
to
learning the
find him
full
before
story
it's
of
too late.
each world is really cool.
Ben,
I see you too wield a keyblade.
how do you know about the Keyblade?
A source of power. A key that opens the hearts of men, of entire worlds, and allows one to obtain anything and everything. Such a power I find most fascinating.
So, Terra, he really?
Yes. Now, my dear, would you like to assist me as well?
Do you think she is? She could tell your vibes are
I see.
rancid.
Xehanort was right. You are a most stubborn girl.
Master Xehanort, how do you...
It seems you need time to consider my offer. Fortunately, I
She has
have the
crazy
perfect
eyeliner, by the
place.
way. Oh! She just sucked us up in the... Okay, that's cool. That's fine. Just... Whatever. Oh, the dungeon. Oh, the prince!
Who are you?
My name is Aqua. It looks like I was caught in a trap. Why are you here?
To prevent me from breaking her evil curse, I was to meet the most beautiful girl at a cottage in the glen. But now my true love lies in an eternal slumber, and only I can break the spell.
You must really love her.
Is what you said true?
Yes, Maleficent told me.
Oh, Prince Philip, it's you.
Okay.
Now, Philip, the road to true love may be barred by many more dangers, which you alone will have to face.
I'm going with you.
I think it's funny how
something I
true
need to
love
know,
was
and
portrayed
Maleficent
in
has
these,
the
like,
answer.
movies.
Yes, of course, dear.
Because, like, bro doesn't
Now,
even know
come on.
her.
We must hurry to Aurora.
Like, he goes, yeah, she's hot. And he's like, yeah, it must be love. Like, hello? My biggest issue with the old Disney movies. I have this one, don't I? Yes, I do. I think I do. No, I don't. It says new. Which one do I have right now? What the fuck? Oh, okay, whatever. That's fine. So that's what this door was. I see now. Okay. I just want to... Whatever. You know, I wanted to do something cool, but just kidding. We're not allowed that. Oh, okay, that's fine. Oh, we need to go back and get the shot lock. That's right, that's right. We gotta do that. Oh, what are you doing here? Kill him. Cartwheel level 2! Oh, Crow! Oh, look at him with his little cape. Ooh, a lot of little guys, huh? Okay. What did that do? What did me pressing X even do? Oh. Can you not? I don't like him. Ooh, we do love Barrier Surge. Barrier Surge has been my favorite so far. There's a guy over there? Look at that. Maleficent only had one jail cell in the castle. She's like, I need the rest of the castle for, things. This is a big ass castle. Maybe later. I think I'm good. I'm glad I checked up here. Confusion Strike. I don't think I've used that. Oh, there it is. Rocks! You're gonna... Chat. They want a stone aqua. This is fucked up. On Women's Month? Really? Okay, game. Oh, I love my magic early. Look at that. Alright, let's... what the heck, dude? Okay. Philip, I don't know what you want or what you're doing. Oh! Oh, what? Me, Philip, I don't know what you're doing. And then it just ended up being the most helpful thing ever. Dude, what? Alrighty. Am I missing? I'm missing one guy. Oh, a couple guys, my bad. Hold on, Ziggy. I'll let you out in a second. What? What? I feel they just keep appearing. They keep appearing. They just keep happening. Oh, chat, we got a new Keyblade, and I literally didn't even, like, do anything about it. I just remembered. Alright. Well, where is Prince Philip? What's the plan, bro? How do I... Hello? I missed something over here, didn't I? Ah! There we go. What, Ziggy? Chad, do you want to see Ziggy? Here. Here. Oh. He's naked, chat. They took his sweater. Oh. Say hi, Ziggy. He's naked. Hi, Kiki. Look at him. Ew. He looks like a... I don't even know. It's like, ew. Why does he like that? Good grief. He's naked. The president is nude. You have to... Naked Ziggy.
You're stupid.
Hold on. Oh my god, my cough is not as gross as it was, so thank God. Sleep! Guys, I don't think this is where the shot lock is. I don't know why Ziggy is naked. Someone took off his sweater. Not a fan of that, though. Level 3 barrier. Okay, okay. But I pressed the button. Hello. The chest is apparently there. Maybe it's because I'm in the middle of like this. Maybe it's because I'm in the middle of this like mission. Who knows? Oh, two of them. Two of them, chat. Oh, there it is. There it is, chat. There we are. Okay. Oh! High jump! Yippee! That makes me happy. Alright, we're doing this. Not a huge fan of the What the fuck? We got so many of these. Wait. Do we want this one or do we want this one? I kind of want to try this one, chat. I didn't know. I had no idea we had that. I'm also going to go to my items really quick, and this is the exact same. What? Okay, I guess if it gives me more critical hits. I mean, it works with Aqua really well. Okay. Yippee! Finally, oh. Ooh. Let's try this one. Oh, this one's fine. It's fine. I like the other one way more, though. Okay, we're getting somewhere, though. We're leveling up. This is good. Excuse me. Thank you. Alright, where's the next set of enemies? And we'll just kill them. Alright, we're almost done. I still feel super like I'm doing nothing, but that's okay. We're slowly getting somewhere. This game really expected you to play as Aqua last, huh? I guess so. I played Aqua first because she was the coolest one. Yeah, no, she is the coolest one. Like, honestly, if I was just to play this game on my own and probably like not on stream, I would have picked her first. I would have never known. All right, I'm gonna change this because I don't like this shot lock. This one's the best one in my opinion. See, watch. See, look how cool that was. Oh, I need to equip high jump. I forgot about that, chat. We gotta do that. That's fine. Okay. There we go. Can you not? Thank you. Oh. Okay, let me get thunder for these guys. Oh, and that worked really well, huh? Alrighty. Where are we going now? We got out of the castle. No, we gotta help her. We gotta help her. That's right. I keep thinking I'm gonna dash there. Oops. We should save just in case. All right. Oh, where is she looking at us from? The mountain?
The forest of thorns shall be your tomb, wound round the castle in a bower of doom.
How can she see us? You know, above. Yeah, I guess.
Maleficent, what did Master Xehanort tell you?
I guess she can
Such
just
a
see
pity,
all.
child, that you don't have Terra's gift for obedience.
Uh.
Nor can you see how easy it was for him.
Terra would never do
Dude,
anything
they're all
to help you.
they're all awful. They're all such
Quite
gaslight.
the contrary. He fully embraced the darkness within himself.
Stop lying!
See for yourself all the powers of hell!
That was just random. She just goes, oh, okay, dragon time again. Yippee. Aqua constantly looks super concerned. Oh shit. Oh shit, what the fuck? Oh girl! Oh girl! Oh! Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 1 flashback. Oh, what the hell do you even do? What the hell do I do? Oh, I have to be behind Philip. Oh, I have to be behind Philip. I have to be behind Philip. Oh, I figured it out. Haha. That's awkward. Well, I mean, he does have a big, just big ass shield, you know. All right, let's. Okay. So, I try to go too fast into that. What the hell, bitch? Why did she do that? Oh. Oh, okay. I don't think I should have gotten hit there, but all right. I've just learned. Jesus Christ. Dude, I don't. What do I do there? What do I do there? If I'm not in the right spot? This is kind of bullshit. I think the one thing that just makes me just not like this game is like a lot of the bosses are super fucking bullshit, like first try. You know, you just like sit there and you're like, why the fuck am I just dying here? But alright. What do I do? What do I do? Am I behind? Oh! Y'all saw that, right? Alright, whatever. I'm pressing X. Oh, I literally can't do shit. Okay, I'm behind you, dude. Huh? What? Hello? Hello? What's she doing? I love that we're just like casually working with him. Oh, okay. Where did Philip go? Ooh, it's just me now. Oh, Philip, okay. Where are we going, sir? Are we doing anything? Are we...
Here.
Oh, well, okay, fucking okay, I guess.
No.
I see. Alright, Philip, it would be cool if you got over here. Alright. We're almost there, chat. We're almost there. Is that, oh, okay. That's fine. That do fuck all, that did nothing. Chat, what? She's like 1 HP, man! I just want to hit her.
No.
And she's dead. Okay, at least it looked cool. I feel really stupid for dying to her right away, like the first 5 times. But also that fire was bullshit. Get him. Get him.
All together, now sword of truth fly swift and sure that evil dies.
Why does he
and
look
good
so...
endure.
You know, why does he look so squished? He looks squished and narrow. Well, if she's dead, why is she in Kingdom Hearts 1? Oh, well, there she is.
It's the power of true love that defeated you.
Thank you, Aqua.
I will not be defeated by something as insignificant as love.
You don't even know the first thing about it. You're too clouded by darkness to see that there's something greater.
Aqua would have definitely been a youth group pastor. She would have. She just has the vibes. Not a pastor, but a youth group leader, I should say. She just has the vibes, you know? Do not say that about her. She just
Try all
has...
you want, but you'll never defeat a heart filled with
I mean,
light.
listen to what she's saying.
But remember one thing. As long as there is light, there will be darkness.
I mean,
and
yeah.
in time, many more will be drawn to it. And they will all belong to me!
She's the Lulu.
Tara, you better stay strong for me.
It's just, she just has the vibe for it, you know? Am I wrong? Alright, so 2 worlds down. We got a lot of that one done, didn't we? No, before we go here, let's go ahead and open the menu. Let's just do this one. It gives us pretty good magic, so why not? Let me drink some water, chat. Oh! An apple? Do you guys know? Have you guys ever seen the movie Enchanted with Amy Adams? It is such a funny movie. I think about the little chipmunk way too much. I like how he goes, and then she's like, like, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about, right? It's the apple Ventus gave to her. You know what? Ven may have cleaned up Tara's mess, but then he started a whole other mess. I don't know why I wasn't ready for that! Oh, shit! Oh my god!
She was just as sweet as could be. She sang us pretty songs.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I just...
And made us smile.
The way I drank water at the worst moment.
About falling in love with the prince she'd met.
And when we went to work, she gave us all a kiss.
She was so full of kindness. Why, she made better folk of all of us.
From what you've said, she must have been very loved. But how did this happen to her?
A wicked queen was horribly jealous of our dear Snow White's beauty.
They're warning, leave their baldness alone.
An old hag that she gave Snow White a poisoned apple. And by the time we got here, well, it was just too late. We found the princess as still as can be. nothing we could do would wake her.
Isn't there some way we can
Is she
help her?
canonically a princess? I thought she was just like
Unless somebody craves the vessel.
there.
Braves the
Like, no.
You fools can stay here
Oh.
doing nothing. But I'm not afeard of going, not even to that witch's lair.
Oh, okay, so she is just like a, just a guy.
Supposed to be guarded by magic and crawling with monsters.
All right, then I'll go.
You will?
I will. Leave it to me.
Well, all right, my dear. We'd be much obliged.
This is a crazy coffin, by the way, they just put her in. They put her in, like, a crazy fucking coffin. The only real princess that starts as one is Aurora. Oh, okay. Anyways, that was not something I was ready for. I should have known because I've seen these movies. Yeah, where did they get that coffin? Did they just make it themselves? If so, they have a real talent. This is crazy, by the way. This is crazy. Anyways, oh, fuck. If I do cure and cure, that makes another one, right? That makes big cure. What does this make? Cure and thunder. I kind of want to see. Oh! Well... awkward for me. We do need thunder though. But yeah, let's get thunder back. Nope. There we go. Alrighty. Let's save just in case. It's been a second since we saved. God, I love the way the eyes are drawn in Kingdom Hearts. Ugh, look how I'm a little slut for the Kingdom Hearts art. It's so fucking good. Hi, Princess Sakura. All right. Now we're doing something. Now I feel like we're doing a little bit of something now. Especially since we have a good magic keyblade. Or I mean, it's all right, you know? Like it's not a crazy keyblade so far, but alrighty. I do like her voice, okay, what I'm trying to say is, like, I really like when she vocalizes like her attacks and stuff like that, I think she put her whole OC into like her silly little grunts. I think it's good. I think it's very good. I mean, they stand out more than the other two characters, at least for me. Oh. There are no more. All right, buddy. Oh. There we go. Yep, and we keep going, I guess. Her whole Aqua OC. I don't know, I feel like I'm paying a lot of attention. I can't talk about that, actually. You know what? Maybe guys, I can't say anything. I'm under NDA for that. I literally can't talk about it, but. Alright. I wish I could tell you guys what I'm working on, but I literally can't, and it makes me kind of sad. But it'll be really cool the second it comes out, you know? I like the noises this Keyblade makes. It's very silly. Nothing, no more, nothing. All right, we're all good. I'm not missing any chests, right? Okay.
Is something wrong?
Oh.
This castle. It's different somehow. And I can't find the princess or hear her beautiful voice.
Well, she's not a princess, but okay.
Wait. You mean you know Snow White?
Oh, yes. We met once. It was a song that drew us together.
I can't with these princes. They piss me off.
Yes, I'm afraid so. The Wicked Queen tricked her into eating a poisoned apple.
I must go to her. Where is she?
In the woods, guarded by 7 kind dwarfs.
I will find her. Perhaps there's a way I can help.
Go off, dude. Whatever his name is. I don't know. It's just Prince. I guess. He had a crazy hat, though. If we're gonna rank Disney princes, I think, based off of how they are in Kingdom Hearts, or Birth by Sleep, I should say, I think Prince Philip is the coolest. I get to beat up a dragon with him, but that's really it. The other two are pretty meh. Where am I supposed to be going, chat? Am I supposed to go down here? Yeah. Perk's kind of a prince. I guess he kind of is. God, I love the Keyblade noises. This one's fun. I didn't really use this Keyblade in the last... Oh, am I supposed to go that way, chat? I am supposed to go that way. Hello, Scott! How was your stream? Hello, Scott Falco. Chat, how are you guys? I am playing the best girl in Kingdom Hearts right now. But I will say, really quickly, we are pretty far through this game, and if you haven't played this game or if you want to play Kingdom Hearts, I would suggest leaving because I don't want to spoil this game for you. But outside of that, yeah, we're just playing some Birth by Sleep. Hello. I hope stream was good. What were y'all up to? I keep saying simple and clean. Birth by Sleep is technically a prequel to one which we... Oh wait, Scott, I lost your chat. Oh, which we were playing. Wait, you were playing Birth by Sleep too?
Oh yeah!
Thank you so much for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. Aqua is best girl. Anyways, yeah, this is my first time playing the game. We already finished Ventus and Terra's story. Y'all. No, I was playing Kingdom Hearts 1 Critical Mix. Oh, fun! That sounds super hard. It was a mod to give Kingdom Hearts 1 to give Kingdom Hearts 1 better combat and stuff. Wait, that sounds so cool, actually. I kind of want to try that. It's really, dude, I'd be so fucking down to try that. I'm gonna look into that now, actually, because that sounds like fun. I really like the combat for Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. 1, I feel, still leaves a lot to, you know, there's a lot to still be desired with Kingdom Hearts 1 combat. So I think it'd be really cool to see it, like, fixed up and whatnot. PC mod only, that's fine. I wouldn't mind buying this game again for my PC. More like Kingdom Hearts 2 combat and add some new tech. That sounds so cool, actually. Oh, let me let my dog in. That sounds so cool. All right, well, you know what? I might look into that after this. I do need a little bit of a Kingdom Hearts break because we have been playing, like, Kingdom Hearts non-stop since, like, December. So, but we took a couple breaks, though. We played Luigi's Mansion for the first time and Mario Sunshine for the first time. Scott, I don't know if you saw me play Mario Sunshine or if I talked to you about playing Mario Sunshine, but that was my first 3D Mario game, like, ever. And that was a mistake. It is not a good first, but it is a good game. It is a good game, but the way I was so frustrated. I got, like, super frustrated playing that game. Hello, Aqua. Oh, and we got bored. Okay. Like I said, chat, if I had like $1 every single time I got bored in a video game, I think I would at least have a couple hundred. You know, like what is it with my luck? There we go. These guys. Has blue hair and pronouns girl been saving you? She has. She has. She saved this. Oh my god, wait, Scott. I have to tell you about last night what happened. I had such bad luck with the Vanitas fight. It took me an entire fucking hour to do it. Because the second half of the fight just hated me. And I never wanted to touch the game again. But Aqua is making up for it, so. The first boss in Aqua story has Vor. It does. It did have Vor. Time to fight him again. Again. Did I even hit him once? Where is... Which one is he? Oh, okay. Here we go. Oh. Okay, where? Oh, there he is. All the way over there. What the hell? I want to hit him with thunder. Oh, fuck. Where did he go? He's almost done. Where did he go? Bro. Let me live. Ugh. Whatever, dude. Okay, oh, there he is. Oh my god. Which one's smiling? He's almost dead, chat. He's almost dead. There we go! Hold on. Why does Aqua's portrait look like Sasuke? What? The speedrun for this fight is very funny. I want to see it now.
My service done. Adieu, O victorious one.
You know, at least he was chill about it. Slay Queen. Was that the whole world? She is dead, bro. You're telling me you don't help the dwarves push the queen off a cliff? Do they do that? Oh my god, they do, don't they?
That's so sweet. It's just like a miracle.
No, they did not actually do that? Wait. Then how does she die in the movie? I'm pretty sure they, like, kill her, like, don't they push a rock on her or something like that? They kill her somehow, though.
Ventus, why won't you wake up?
Oh.
You're awake? Ventus! Oh, it's a miracle!
He has no light behind his eyes.
Terra! Master Ericus! Ventus is awake!
Oh, they chased her and then a rock fell on her? Awesome. She really just kisses a bunch of old men on the head, doesn't she? He's the baldest of them all.
Every waking is a new journey. Maybe Vent left.
They all are old men, come on. Well, that was cool. I'm not gonna use that one. It's gonna make my magic tank. Ventus was like, yeah, well that's because Ventus was like itty bitty, right? Is that Terra?
Terra?
Oh yeah.
Where's he going?
Yippee, Radiant Garden time. Alright. Oh, we gotta fight the same boss fight for a third time, chat. That's not what I wanted. I love that he's just there.
Excuse me. I'm terribly sorry to bother you, sir.
Oh, what a well-mannered lass you are. I'd be pleased as Punch to help you if I could.
Pleased as Punch?
I'm looking for a boy who's not from around here. Have you seen him?
I think I know just who you're talking about. He scampered off toward yon castle in a right hurry.
Thank you so much.
Oh.
Hawk was like the most polite out of all of them, though. Well, Terra tries to be polite, but then he just calls someone your elderness, and that was like, sir. He disrespect. Hello? Can I not go that way? Okay, well, I guess, no. Well, let's check this. Hold on. Yeah, no, I don't want that. I think I'm gonna keep this one, yeah. Not a fan of this Keyblade, but like, actually, it's not that bad, you know? Maybe I'm just a hater. It's not that ugly. I guess I'm just... Maybe I'm just a hater. Oh, finally! gonna try sleep. Let's try this. I do love barrier surge. This is good. You know, actually, let's not do this. We'll come back. No, we'll put something in here for now. Oh, we'll put bind here. I want to get fire. We haven't gotten fire at all. Like, whatsoever. We have not even... I should probably just buy it. Oh, the VOD isn't up, but it's recorded, so... Oh. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. You guys didn't see that. You guys didn't see that. That didn't happen. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. There's so many enemies that I was like, this is rough. These guys pissed me the fuck off. Fuck, dude. Oh my god, I used... Okay, cool. This is awesome. I love those guys. Those guys make me so happy. Brother, you can just jump. Okay, can I be so fucking for real? Sometimes you act like as if I didn't try it. Believe me, I fucking tried it. I was locked. I was locked. I couldn't do anything about it. Nope. Oh shit. I want that. I want that. We love this one. All right. Oh yes, the castle's this way, from what I recall. I think I want to, you know what, fuck it. I'm gonna get that chest over there. Fuck it. There's a lot of enemies in this area, but whatever. Let's just keep going. We're so close to the castle, I just wanna... Ooh, you know what? I don't mind a strike raid. We should probably swap to that whenever we get the chance. I like the, like, Blizzard strike raid. That one's been one of my favorite moves so far. I think it's really funny that cartwheel leveling up, like, you could just level up your cartwheel. Ah, that's what I thought. I was like, I'm pretty sure there's a chest here from what I can recall. No, no, no. Don't do that, Aqua. I want more, spells. I feel like I... don't have a lot of magic. I feel like with the other two I got more magic faster. But with Aqua I haven't really gotten too much. Maybe it's just because I'm still at the beginning of the game and I am just used to the fact that... Oh, let's move. God damn it. Here, we'll just bring you over here where you explode everybody. go. Alright, last guy. And yeah, it just sucks because it feels like I'm not really doing too much, but that's fine. We'll level up eventually. We'll get a better Keyblade. Mega Flare on any playthrough? I don't recall it, so I'm gonna say no. I don't even know how to even go about getting that. Let's just really quickly, let's check a couple things really fast. I don't have anything else here, right? No. Okay. Let me see if I can meld any commands right now. Blizzard Edge with what? I wonder what that makes. I'm kind of scared because I just got this. And I don't want to fuck it up. I don't want to buy one again. But I think that's the only. Oh, we could do Thunder and Zero Gravity. I'm curious to see what this does, actually. I'll do this one. Oh! Okay. No, Slot Edge is bad. Yeah, no. Okay, I won't do that one then. We're gonna put that. What do we just make? This one. I'm gonna need another. I don't want to do barriers. Actually, yeah, I don't like Confusion Strike very much. It feels like nothing. It feels like such a lot of nothing. I think I'm actually gonna sell it, like Loki. Kyrie!
No! Run!
Oh my god!
I can feel the light.
I could feel the light! Bro!
There's no way I can fight like this.
What do you mean there's no way? Mickey, jump scare!
Hurry! You gotta get that girl to someplace that's safe.
Who are you? Why do you have a Keyblade?
I'll tell you later. Right now, we gotta stop these things.
They wanted to kill Kyrie.
Huh? Everything all right?
Wow, she was fast.
Let's get him.
Right.
Gotcha! Drift! Win!
I like the way she like throws around her Keyblade. I think it's very cool. She is so girl boss and I love her. Oh, did I not get that guy? I thought I did. Alright. There's always more. Oh. I guess we could have teamed up. I simply chose not to, Mickey. I still don't understand what this does. I feel like it does nothing. Like what is actually going on here? I didn't do my burst of faith. Oop, I didn't notice it until like too late. Fuck, dude. I think I'm actually going to... I want to try to level up my dealing... Hello? With Ventus. I don't know, I feel like Ven would be a good one for Aqua because she's like... She's not... She's like a in between Terra and Ven where she's like not fast, but she's also not slow. She's just that middle ground. You know what, fuck it. There we go.
Thank you. My name is Aqua. I train under Master Ericus.
And I'm
Kyrie, baby Kyrie is taller than Mickey.
Apprentice. I came back to him for some more training.
I sense light within this girl. You think that's why they attacked her?
I like how she's just sitting there.
I think you might be absolutely right. If you ask me, she must be somebody pretty extraordinary.
They do nothing with her.
Yes. I'm quite certain she's someone we're supposed to protect.
Let's join forces. Oh no, not now. I'll be okay. See you real soon.
I'll be okay. Baby Kyrie kind of pisses me off. Why? She's just a guy.
Are these for me?
Look, she's being so sweet.
Thank you for saving me.
Kyrie inherently does nothing wrong.
You're so sweet.
She's just
My name's Kyrie.
there.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
She's so cute.
I'm Aqua. Kyrie, about that light.
Kyrie!
Oh, Grandma.
Wait, Kyrie?
I like how Grandma shows up, by the way, for like 1 second in Kingdom Hearts 1.
Cast a magic spell on you. One day when you're in trouble, the light within you will lead you to the light of another.
You're fucking kidding. There's no way that's how that's explained. That's how her heart just stays in Sora?
There you are. It's time to go.
Okay. Oh. Bye.
Are you kidding?
Grandma?
What is it?
Could you tell me that story?
Again, dear?
Please.
Very well then. Long ago, people lived in peace, bathed in the warmth of light. Everyone loved the light. Then, people began to fight over it. They wanted to keep it for themselves, and darkness was born in their hearts. The darkness spread, swallowing the light in many people's hearts. It covered everything, and the world disappeared. But small fragments of light survived in the hearts of children. With these fragments of light, children rebuilt the lost world. It's the world we live in now. But the true light sleeps deep within the darkness. That's why the worlds are still scattered, divided from each other. But someday, a door to the innermost darkness will open, and the true light will return. So listen, child. Even in the deepest darkness, there will always be a light to guide you. Believe in the light, and the darkness will never defeat you. Your heart will shine with its power and push the darkness away.
Mm-hmm.
Kyrie, something tells me I didn't run into her by accident.
I cannot believe Aqua's little spell is the reason why Kyrie's heart is just in Sora. I can't fucking believe that's the explanation.
First,
That's it.
It never ends.
Yeah, you know how she has a keyblade? This scene is how she got it. So that spell also lets her have a keyblade? I feel like that's her keyblade! That's her keyblade! Okay, wait. No, she grabbed her wait, stop. It's because Kairi touched her keyblade. Wait, what? Hi V, we just got some crazy lore. Hold on. So, she did what Terra did with Riku's. Wait, she did what Terra did with Riku and accident. The spell is separate. Oh. So if she touches the keyblade, she's just able to wield it now? That doesn't... But by that logic, anybody who touches the keyblade can just wield a keyblade. Wait. Yeah, I was gonna say, Jack Sparrow can fucking wield a keyblade by that logic. A Keyblade Master can do that to people. So a Keyblade Master can just be like, yeah, you can have one too. Sora can't because he isn't a master. Oh, that's right, because Sora kind of was the second choice. So, wait, but Terra isn't a master either. Yeah, okay, wait, then I'm confused. Terra earned it at the end of the story. Wait, what? Terra's supposed to be pretty much a title since he had the same training as Aqua. He's an unofficial master. Okay. So I think you have to have some innate talent as well as strong heart, but it's never fully explained. So, it's never fully explained who could just wield a Keyblade. But not just anybody can wield a Keyblade. But Riku and Kairi can, because Aqua and Terra were like, yeah, here, touch my Keyblade, I guess. Well, Aqua didn't let Kairi just touch her Keyblade. Kairi just kind of did it, but those two, specifically, because they had no darkness in their heart, made it so they can wield the Keyblade? I'm so confused. But then why the fuck can Sora just wield it? Well, that, you know what? I'll see why. Okay. Got it. So, okay. Well, I know the whole thing is like, part of it is like, Sora can wield the Keyblade because Riku kind of got, because Riku said darkness bueno. And, then the Keyblade was like, I guess he's the next best thing. That's what I know so far. Well, like, we'll get there. We'll fucking get there. Oh boy. I'll take this one. This is cool that we got Kyrie's Keyblade. Actually, oh, there's a chest here. Let's go grab that. All right, let's save real fast. Also, I'm gonna go piss, girl. So I will be right back. I'm also gonna stretch, get a little snack, and drink some water. So I think this is a good place to take a little break. So I will be right back, chat. Hello, can you guys hear me? I'm back. Hello. Alrighty. I don't know. Oh, that's right. We have to go find the silly little guy now. I say silly little guy. That's a big guy. Oh!
Over there.
Finally, we get to go through that. Hello? Oh, what the heck? Yeah, I would have never seen them back there. Okay, well, that's not what I wanted, but that's fine. Oh, Striker level 2? Hell yeah. Alright, buddy. Oh, what? Alright, buddy. You're done. Alright. Oh, there's one more guy over here. I didn't see him. I can't tell if I like the design of this Keyblade or not. Like, I'm unsure if I like it. There's some Keyblades that have like the ugliest fucking design ever. Oh, this is just a little shortcut. Oh.
Terra, Aqua.
Look in the bottom right corner. Why? What's in the bottom right that I didn't notice? Of the game? Okay. Wow, shit. Shit, that does so much. All right, let's not. Oh, fuck. This one's almost dead. Nice. Ooh. Alright, we're almost there. Oh my god. Okay. I know I should shot lock, but I want to get the spell weaver so bad. So it could be over. There we go. All right. Now we'll do this. There we go. Oh. All right, hold on, we're almost there. Oh. No! Oh my god, no! I was right there! That's so on me. That's my own damn fault. I was not paying attention. I thought maybe if I took a single hit, I would be fine. No. No. No, ma'am. I'm so I'm genuinely so like pissed off about that because like if only I wasn't stupid. We were literally just at the last little bit too, and I'm so upset. I'm genuinely so upset about it. Oh. Alright, this one. Let's get this one. Alright. Okay, okay, chill, 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 chill! Are you kidding? That's bullshit! Yeah, why don't they wear their armor in fights? I wonder. Oh! Okay. Sometimes. Okay. Okay. Sometimes this game is just bullshit. What can you do? What can you do about it? shit. I just need to not. Ooh. Ugh. Where is she? What is she even doing? Oh shit. Okay, stop, stop, stop. Oh, fucking finally. That took too many tries, honestly.
Then, now, come on.
That took too many tries, honestly. But that's okay.
Got him.
We make a good team.
Sure do. Oh yeah, I got you these tickets.
Ah, yes, my favorite
Lifetime
place
passes to
chat.
Disney Town.
Disney
You
Town.
said you
I want to know what minigame we're playing this
said
time.
you'd take 2 grown-ups.
I can't believe Ven's was just the Small World
You mean us?
music game. The Small World rhythm game.
Listen to me, Ven. We need to get you home.
It's okay, Aqua. Trust me. That
Yeah, I
kind
wonder
of
what
mask
Pete is going to
history.
cosplay as
You'll
this
never
time.
badmouth Terra again.
You saw the boy in the mask?
Yes?
Vanitas.
Oh, Vanitas.
Ven. You let Aqua take you home.
No way. I want to go with you guys.
You can't. We have a dangerous task ahead of us. I don't want you to get hurt.
And what is this dangerous task, Terra? It doesn't sound like what the Master told you to do.
Oh, girl,
It
chill.
might be
Chill
a
on
different
him.
route, but I'm fighting the darkness.
I'm not so sure. I've been to the same worlds as you, and I've seen what you've done. You shouldn't put yourself so close to the darkness.
Listen to yourself, Aqua. Terra would never.
You mean you've been spying on me? Is that what he said to do? The Master's orders?
He was only...
Aqua.
I get it.
Terra.
Just stay put.
Every single time. He's
Alright.
so mean about it. Just stay put.
Terra, please, listen. The Master has no reason to distrust you, really. He was just worried.
You're awful.
I think it's funny though because like she does learn that Maleficent was like was not even Loki, just straight up
now you know the
gaslighting him.
truth. But the master loves Terra. And you know that too.
So
Were you also
I don't know why she's
ordered
like
to take me home?
I mean, I guess she's insanely upset because like why'd you get gaslit like that? But
Now that you're a Keyblade master,
come on, girly.
you've let it go.
You don't have
to
to be
your head.
so mean to him.
I'm gonna go find Terra.
You go do that, Ben. Oh, favorite comfort streamer in Kingdom Hearts Chaos for the best energy while I'm doing job hours. Hey, whatever can provide you entertainment while going through job applications. I'm glad I could be that for you. I know how awful it is to do that. Going through job applications is like, ugh, you know, it's disgusting. Alright, girly. We're getting rid of this guy first. Oh, my bad. Oh. Okay. Chill. They want me so bad. Like, chill on me, bro. She goes so high up there. Oh my god. She really just flies super high. Wow. That's cool though. That's the furthest off the ground I get with anybody so far. Real and true, I need the bag for these loans I gotta pay to be paid. Are they student loans? Because I wish you the best of luck. Oh my goodness. Tell me why getting a secondary education is stupid expensive. Like, tell me why. Like, sometimes we just want, you know, a degree so we could have a job. I think it's really stupid that most jobs... Dora! Sorry. I think it's really stupid that most jobs, nowadays... And I thought we're slowly getting away from it, so I will say that I cannot get this, can I? We're slowly weaning off of, like, the need for a degree, but, like, it's still very, very rampant, and, like, you can't really get a job without a degree nowadays, and I think it's so fucking stupid. But tell me why it's so damn expensive to get a secondary education. You know? Like... It's needed to get you, like, have to have a secondary education in order to even get, like, a, you know, well-paying 9-to-5 job, which I think is stupid because I feel like a lot of the stuff that you can learn, like, nowadays I feel like you can learn a lot of stuff on your own time. Like, bitch, I'm getting a fucking forklift certification.
Oh, yeah!
Like, I don't need to go. Kiki! It's been 16 months already. Thank you, Kiki. I just think it's so stupid. All right. Anyways, going back to what I was saying, I fucking got, like, I have a whole, like, forklift certification that I'm taking online. I think that in itself says, like, tells me that I could just do a lot online, you know? I will say the one downside about online classes, but you know what? Actually, this doesn't count because I was going to say the one thing, the downside about like learning something online sometimes is sometimes you don't know what kind of instructor you're getting. Sometimes they suck, but that's also the case with college professors. It's like, it's a gamble. Like, you never know if you're going to get like the shittiest professor or a really good one. So, honestly, at the end of the day, unless you're like going for a very specialized degree, such as being like a doctor or, I don't know, whether it's medical professional or like something that's super specialized. The only thing I can think right now is like a doctor or a dentist or like maybe a lawyer. Well, obviously lawyers because they have to know the justice system. Unless it's something specialized like that, I feel like why the fuck should you go, like, why should I go to college? You know? Like, I've really debated going back to college simply because a lot of these jobs will not hire me. And I think that's so fucking insane. It's like, do I really need to have a degree to prove to you that I can work well? I'll be like one of your hardest workers, but like, you have to take a chance on me. But you don't want to take a chance on me. Instead, you want to go hire the Nepo baby. And they're not going to work. They're not going to work because they're a Nepo baby. It's like, I feel like nowadays getting a job means like you have to know somebody within the industry. Like, you have to know somebody who works there. And it's like, oh, well, you know, sure, you might be a single mom of 3 kids and you really, really need this job, but we're gonna lay you off. And then they'll turn over to the person next to that person and be like, anyways, we know your mom. And so because we know your mom, we're gonna give you a promotion. Hello? That's what it feels like nowadays. That's literally what it feels like nowadays. I need somebody to do like an in-depth like research paper or like video describing what happened to the job market after the pandemic. Anyways, that's just me. That's me going off on my silly little tangent. Of course. Good news, surgery went well today. Currently resting and recovering right now. Just checking up if you are doing well. I'm doing good, Spooky. I'm literally so happy. I'm so glad the surgery went well. I hope you make a really speedy recovery as well. Oh my goodness. That makes me literally so happy to hear. A friend of mine recently was looking for jobs in a field where they have the experience, but to be hired, where they have experience to be hired, but don't have a bachelor's degree. So for me, I swear I'll be your like most loyal employee, but I got rejected from a job that had me go through 3 rounds of interviews after getting laid off. Wait. Rejected from a job that had me go through 3 rounds of interviews after getting laid off. Dude, I think that's also completely insane. Like, why are jobs requiring us to go through 3 rounds of interviews? Ma'am, I'm just trying to pay my bills. Like, hello? It's just insane to me that, like, even a minimum wage job is requiring you to go through 3 interviews. Why? For what reason? Wish me luck on internship hunting. Wish you nothing but the best of luck with that. Yeah. Make it past the second one, you should get at least money for your time. Right? Remember when I told you guys that the 3rd interview that I was gonna do, they weren't even paying me for it. It was supposed to be like an in-water interview because I was going to be a swim instructor. Tell me why they weren't going to pay me for my time. That's insane, by the way. The fact that I literally was going to basically teach a whole lesson as an interview. Bull fucking shit. You can be like the people my age in New York City and get space in a lower income neighborhood to farm crypto. It's not selfish at all. Yoshi Sonic, when I learned about crypto bros literally like taking over like lower income neighborhoods, made me so I literally, with the utmost disrespect to those people, keep yourself safe. Literally. It's on site. If you're taking someone's like actual like a place to live away from them just because you want you want to be like a crypto bro, like what? Ugh. Anyways, Bushwick is filled with people like that now. We should beat people with hammers if they're crypto bros. Me getting my master's because I'm terrified if I'm not going to get a job with my bachelor's. Actually, you are like the 5th person to tell me that. Like, actually, it's crazy. For real, they kept saying I was good, no feedback either. Damn, I got a BA 3 years ago and it's been my hell. Dude, that's crazy. That's what I keep saying. Even for my girlies and my people who have like bachelor's degrees or master's degrees, tell me why they can't even get jobs. Tell me why the people who slaved away to get a degree so they could get better money, I can't even get jobs. Okay, that's fine. That's cool. That's fine. I think it's really stupid, the system that we put in place. I don't even know what this is. I keep getting, what is rocket soda? We should print more jobs. Alright, I guess I gotta get my doctorate degree to secure the bag. Who cares if I'll be in debt for the rest of my life? At least I have a good job. Right, that's the thing. I think it's so stupid. I like your hair. Thank you. So you're not stuck with Gold Rush finisher? Sure. I was looking that my brother was able to get me a job, but I guess that makes me a Nepo baby. I mean, that's fine. I feel like do what you need to do to get a job, but I think it's insane that it's like, I think it's just crazy that that's how you have to get a job nowadays. Like, why do I have to know somebody? You know? Like, why? What if I moved across the country for whatever reason, it does not matter. What if I had to, right? What if I had to for whatever reason, right? Why do I need to know somebody to get a job? Like, what if there's no way, you know? Like, do what you need to do to get a job, right? That's if it takes knowing somebody, good. That's fine. But I think it's just insanely stupid that that's the mindset companies have. I can't even move to Texas if I wanted to be with my girlfriend because I wouldn't get a job there. It's just insanely hard to get a job nowadays, I feel like. I am in the sea of countless people who are trying to get a job too. I'm at a point where I literally am gonna start walking up to places and being like, hi, do you have an opening? No, we don't. Okay, well, can you take my resume anyways and give me a call if you do? And just keep doing that. I'm just gonna keep doing that at this point. Because how the hell else am I gonna get a job? It's insane. Like, shouldn't it be just enough that I want to work for you? Exactly, right? Is that a bowl cut? No, my hair is not a bowl cut. Trust me. And even if it was, I slay it. Huh. I wonder what this makes. No. Barrier Surge and Strike Raid? I do love Barrier Surge, so if it makes something bad, then I don't want to get rid of it. Why not? There's a shop nearby. Let's just fucking try it. Wishing Edge. Huh. What does this make? Oh, this one makes Slot Edge, right? We don't want that. We don't want that one. Yeah. We don't like that one. Oh, that's right. We also have Thundara. Oh, Merlin.
Just as I said it would happen, here's the third one. That book is almost more trouble than it's worth.
She's like, what?
Say no more. The book you need to awaken the powers within you is just inside. Read to your heart's content, my dear.
If an old man was just talking to me about a book, I'd be intrigued, honestly.
I'm the third? Terra and Ventus were here?
Thundara, my beloved. sell sliding dash because I feel like it does nothing. I hope can Confusion Strike be made into anything good? Doesn't look like I have anything here that I... Barrier surge? Oh. Well, there he is.
A mask? You're the boy that Ventus mentioned.
Ah, yes. Ventus. Tell me something. Has he learned to put up a decent fight yet?
Oh.
What do you mean?
I'll be asking the questions. And why shouldn't I? After all, between the two of us, I'm the only one who will walk away from here alive.
Whoa.
Yes, again.
Chill. Let me catch up with chat. The first Canes I worked at decided to have an employee appreciation event, and one of the 2 days they did orientation, I talked to one of the managers. I talked to one of the managers about started the next day. Showed up the next day, they weren't there. I pretty much got fries for trying to work. Oh. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Would I be an electric type trainer? I don't think so. You're right. I should swap my finisher. Please remind me if I don't remember after this fight. It's giving modded Minecraft. Oh my god, it kind of is, isn't it? Oh shit.
Gotcha.
Heal. Wind. Thunder.
Go.
Too
slow. Suffer. Too slow. Too slow. Gotcha. Too slow. Too slow. Pathetic. Too slow. Too slow. Go! Too slow. Heal! Thunder! Wind! Too slow. Pathetic. Too slow. Wind! Too slow. Too slow. Pathetic. Too slow. Wind! Thunder! Gotcha. Wind! Gotcha. Pathetic. Wind! Too slow. Suffer! Too slow. Wind! Gotcha.
Fuck.
Thunder! Too slow. Suffer! Too slow.
That should kill him. Yep, there we go. I love how her dodge is a cartwheel. It's good. It's good.
Better luck next time, fuckboy.
Yeah, Kika's asked for what happened last night. Actually, that's how I felt. Best abilities in the game called Seeker Mine. Huh. Okay. I'll remember to change it, by the way.
Not bad at all. Congratulations. I'll keep you around.
Damn.
Never hurts to have a backup.
Whoa. Okay, buddy. What the fuck? Have a good night.
I have to stop him before anything else happens to Tara and Ven.
Oh, girly.
Aqua!
Ven! Were you able to find him?
Yeah, but he's gone.
Right. Then I can't stay here.
Let me go with you, Aqua.
No, Ven.
Oh.
Do as I say and go home.
Guys, I think I want her hair. I think I'm just gonna get her
I don't
hair.
wanna put you in harm's way. You understand?
It seems like a lot of work. That's fine. My hair's already a lot of work, as is. Oh, my favorite worlds, chat. Yippee! I very much love Lilo and Stitch World, my favorite. We're doing this. I want to try this. You're right, it is just Experiment 626 World.
Ta-da!
Oh.
Wearing the mask of peace and hope. Comes the
So he didn't
fearless
change his
defender and
cosplay.
hero of this town. It is me, Captain Justice.
Huh?
She's so confused. She's like, what?
What? Now listen, you pipsqueak. I'm Captain Justice. Who were
The
you
way
to
he's
walk
like
away when the
insulting
bona fide
her.
hero was offering his help?
I'm sorry, but I really don't need any kind of hero. Bonafide or...
Somebody come quick! What's that? Trouble? Captain Justice to the rescue!
I've not seen this character in literally forever.
That's a shame. Or is it? Maybe this job's perfect for you, Mr. Hero.
What? Name your catastrophe!
Those annoying monsters have turned up again over in Fruitball Plaza. They're all yours now, Captain J.
Monsters? Don't tell me the Inverst are here.
Monsters? Well, too bad. Not on my list.
I didn't know Bonafide heroes got to pick.
Damn, okay, Aqua.
Stand a chance of surviving. Fitting them into my schedule.
Gosh, I thought you said you were Captain Justice. You can't leave those menacing things running loose. They're ruining Fruitball.
Huh? Hark! Do you hear that? Somebody's calling for Captain Justice's help.
Literally who?
Do not fear, I am on my way. Sounds like this catastrophe can't wait, but I'll be back here in a jiff.
Oh, I'm sure you will, Captain Useless. But I don't think I'll stay here and hold my breath.
I'm anything but a hero, but maybe I could help if you want.
Would you? Oh, that'd be just Jim Dandy. Someone needs to trounce those fiends at Fruitball and keep 'em away from the plaza.
I'll try.
Just give a holler once you're ready, and I'll explain to you how Fruitball works.
Guys. What kind of mini game is this? I want to know what's here. I've never been here. I've never heard this music either. Holy shit. Yo, I've never seen this part. Oh. That's a whole chest I did not see. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm like coughing for what reason? Well, okay, that was a little adventure. I had no idea that existed. Grinding here thankfully made Olympus and Deep Space easier. Oh, that's a good thing. Maybe it's a good thing I went here by accident. Well, that was fun. Okay, so we've been here to the raceway. I want to know what's down here. We haven't gone here yet. Whoa. I want to know what's over here. What the hell is this?
Wind! Thunder! Come on! Farewell! Wind! Thunder!
Whoa.
Take that! Wind! Thunder!
Okay. Huh. Well, this is just underground, huh?
Gotcha!
It looks like there's another way. Huh. Oh well. I don't need to explore that. We went down there. Nope, that's nothing. Well, I guess that's it for now. We'll just do this. Yes. Hit the fruit balls into the opponent's goal to score. Uh-huh. Okay. Where is the ball? Oh! No, no, no! Hello! Press Y! I'm pressing Y! Press Y! Oh my goodness, chat. This is a lot. Hello! Chat, I think I'm losing here. Uh-oh, I think I'm losing. Hello, I'm currently... Hello, Sonic's chat. I'm currently... X? What is fast curve? What? I'm currently... doing this mini game in Toontown. Oh my god. We are definitely not winning right now. Oh, can we somehow make it? Oh, we both have 9 right now. Shit. Shit, shit, shit. Okay, can we make it? No, go over there. both 15 right now. Fuck. Okay, well, they're both 16 now. Fuck me, dude. We got 30 seconds left. Can I at least tie? Okay, that's one more. No. Oh my god. We just won! Ah! Hello. Girl, you cannot lose to shoes. You know what? I've lost to a shoe once. Anyways, hello. Hi, Sonic's chat. I'm so sorry. The removal of the VIP badge. Wait, what? This looks like Toontown. It is Toontown. But it's Toontown in Kingdom Hearts. I think I had to remove it like about a year ago because I was VIPing so many people. So let me see if I have enough room for another VIP badge.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you so much.
Damn. Don't say damn, bitch, you never came to my stream.
Queen.
Oh, please excuse me, Your Majesty. Where are my manners?
You have a limit? Wait,
My name is
what?
Aqua.
There's no need to be so formal. Just call me Minnie.
Well, she's nice. Yeah, there's a limit on VIP badges.
I'm not sure I'm doing a very good job protecting my kingdom.
She's fine. You're fine, Minnie.
Don't say that, Queen Minnie.
I thought that was
You all know
Goofy.
how hard
I
it
straight up
is
just
if
like
the king set
out of
off
the corner of my eye
war.
thought that was him.
Don't you trouble yourself. Why, we wouldn't even think of putting on our yearly dream festival.
So this is
if we
Toontown.
thought there
Yeah,
was the
in Kingdom
slightest
Hearts.
chance anything might
Anyways,
go
thank you again
wrong.
for the raid, friend.
Oh, you're very kind, Horace.
How about that Pete, though? Captain Justice.
Oh, yeah. Commander, thank you so much for the 48 months. Pluto, my beloved.
Well, it sure should
So
be
true,
an
so true.
injustice.
Thank you,
He
Commander.
never does anything for anybody except Pete. That get-up was just an act to get folks to vote for him. He wants to win the Million Dreams Award and hog the prize.
Million Dreams Award?
We could have had Clarabelle Cow instead.
It's part of our
Clarabelle is such an underrated character.
Yeah.
Thank you for the gifted sub to Sonic, Yoshi Sonic.
But Pete seems to have the wrong idea. He thinks that dressing up as a hero and proclaiming that he is one will win him votes. What really makes someone a hero isn't what they wear or what they say. It's the things they do and how they treat everyone.
Well, in my book, Aqua
Aw,
here is
they love
number
her. We love
You got
her.
my heartfelt vote.
Thanks, Horace.
I like how we barely won, by the way. We won by a single fruit.
See that you don't. My vote's very important.
Oh dear, he sounds serious.
You guys know the Minnie Mouse matching card game in Toontown? I used to be so insanely good at that. And now I am not good at it as an
Who do you
adult.
think's gonna win this year's Million Dreams Award?
She's not even from here. It's true, yeah.
Now that we got so much business at the shop, maybe we'll be number one. Wow, Uncle Scrooge sure would be proud of us if we actually won. Yeah, and I bet Uncle Donald would be pretty surprised.
Uncle Donald!
Hello everyone, and thank you for waiting. Now it's time to begin the main event of our Dream Festival.
Oh, fucking Daisy jump scare.
Dreams Award presentation.
Just skip to the part where you say my name. This is a shoe-in.
Oh, how very exciting! This year, we have multiple winners.
Why are there multiple?
The Million Dreams Award goes to Ventus, Aqua, and Terra. All three of you.
Bitch, they don't even live there! They don't even live there!
You mean Ven and Tara were here?
What do you mean? There's gotta be a mistake. Everybody voted for Captain Justice.
Yeah, she doesn't even go here.
Now go on, tell her. better try the other one. The Rogue Racer, Captain Dark.
Yeah, they don't give a shit.
Pete, we counted the votes very carefully. Ventus, Aqua, and Terra won. Oh, Pete, I think you tried to do something good, but you were doing it for the wrong reasons, and you went about it the wrong way.
Oh, there's the Chow. Yeah, you have the silver Chow.
Because you actually got a few votes. They knew you.
No, I would have not. Why would I talk to Sebastian?
Whoop, I don't need their lousy votes.
Just
actually,
just jump scare. Why?
Pete! They voted for you because
Has he like reached out or something?
about you. How could you look down on that? I've tried to forgive a lot of things you've done, but this is too much. Now you finally.
Oh, I mean, well, bro was like
that matters to me.
transphobic as fuck.
What are
No,
you gonna do about it?
I feel like
I'm going to let you cool off for a while.
he ended up being like super transphobic. So like, as somebody whose community is very like a safe space, I no longer associate with him or even talk to him because that's just not something I fuck with at all. The brooms, they got him!
Let me go. Put me down. What? No, you can't. No, no, no. Hey, easy. Ow.
Now, shall we continue the ceremony? With the 3 winners, Ventus, Aqua, and Terra, please come up and join me on the stage.
Well, there's only one of them there. Cleaning up the trash. Just realized how old Huey, Dewey, and Louie, if this takes place like 10 years before Kingdom Hearts 1. Oh, you're right. Yeah, how old are they? I guess they just don't age. Toons don't age. Have you met Jason Griffith? Yeah, I've worked with him.
You've been so kind to so many here at the Dream Festival. So now, I
Here,
hereby
let me-
present the Million Dreams Award as a token of how
I worked with
much
him in
you
November.
matter to us. Congratulations!
Thank you, everyone.
And as an extra treat, we've created something special. An ice cream flavor just for you. Royal Berry Ice Cream.
Izzy, the cutscene. She's just getting ice cream. It's Toontown. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, it's literally just ice cream.
What do you think?
Minnie looks kickable slash pause.
Flavor.
Slash pause.
Oh, very glad you're enjoying it.
Wait, I didn't see my stream froze. Oh, here, let me show you again.
Stopping me in a place like this. Well, I'll just bust out of here and.
Quiet fool.
Ah, this is how they meet! This is how they meet!
Show yourself!
That is enough.
Whoa!
Stop your sniveling and heed.
That's crazy!
Okay.
If you do exactly as I
This is my favorite Sonic VA, Jason, for sure.
decide to release you from this prison.
Really? Oh, then you can count on me. Just get me out of here, and you can tell me what to do.
A very wise choice indeed. Proceed.
Damn.
With your help, soon every world in existence.
So Pete was banished to another dimension because he tried to cheat on a popularity contest, which is crazy, by the way. That's insane. The fact that they just were like, yeah, mods, let's kill him, you know? Actually. But yeah, no, this is a PSP game, actually, Sonics. Anyways, no, so my favorite Sonic VA is definitely Jason. I think I just grew up with Jason, so I have such a nostalgia for it. But I also think, like, he has such a unique Sonic voice that it's really hard to kind of compete with that. But I also have to say that Ryan Drummond's Sonic, like, he started like the Sonic voice. I mean, granted, there was Jaleel White, right? But I feel like for the video games, like, Ryan Drummond like kind of set the precedent for future Sonic voices. He just sounds like Sonic. Yeah, no, like, he really just did nail the Sonic voice first try. When I talked to Ryan about what it was like to record for Sonic Adventure 1, he was like, I asked him about the audition, and I also asked him about like what recording was like. He told me that they just like, he just got a like a recommendation from his agent, like, hey, you should go try out for this. And he was just like, shit, okay, why not? And they literally were like, yeah. They didn't hear, actually the funny thing is, from what I recall, is that he didn't get a call back for a while, but then when he finally did, they were like, yeah, you just had the best voice. So, kind of crazy. But also the recording process for that, from what I know, from what he told me, was rough, because they literally did not give him direction. They just kind of gave him a piece of paper and said, okay, here you go. Here's your lines. So that's why a lot of the voice lines in Sonic Adventure 1 sound so weird. That's why, like, if a character's across the room, it sounds like they're just talking to the character instead of, like, yelling. Yeah. That's why they're not synced up with the mouths. I think that just might be a thing of like the Japanese voices. The models are Japanese, the models are synced to the Japanese voices, not the American. But I don't know. If you got to voice a Sonic character, who would you want to voice? Amy. Absolutely. Amy. It would be Amy every single time. If I got to voice any Sonic character, that would be a dream come true. It doesn't have to be Amy, but like, if it could be anybody, that'd be sick as fuck. If we want to be really technical, the first English VA for Sonic was this, oh, yeah, no, I guess it was, but like, they're unnamed from what I know. Izzy takes over the role of Charmy. That'd be so funny, actually. It's a pinball minigame. It is awful. Oh, thank you for telling me. I hate pinball. Obviously, she would voice Charmy B. I think it's funny, because I think most people online either know me for Amy or Tails, but I think you guys just, like, really like my Charmy B voice. I love Ryan's performance in Sonic and Tails R. Gonna be so for real, I didn't listen to that. I did not listen to that. But anyways, I will say that both Ryan and Jason are very, very nice people. So if you ever get the chance to meet them, like, I hope you do, because they are like some of the sweetest people I've ever met. Jason is like insanely like nice, like insanely nice. Like, bro just was like, oh, you're a fan? Oh, you work here at the convention? Oh, okay. And he just gives me, I'm not even kidding. I wish I have it. Hold on. He just gives me this. Hold on. So typically something like this would cost like 40 bucks. He just is like, here you go. And I'm like, oh, that's so nice of you. What the heck? Oh, ad break. I'll just wait. I mean, well, I'll yap. I'll yap actually. But, Dog in the back. Yeah, that's Ziggy. He's naked. He doesn't have his little sweater on. But yeah, no, so Jason just like gives me this, and I thought that was like the sweetest thing ever, because he was like handing them out for like I think $40 each or something like that. So and then I got this one. This is the one that matters. This is the one that matters.
Spooky G77 just subbed.
Debonair, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Spooky G. Damn, framed, actually. So, funny enough, so I've worked with both Jason and Lisa. And the funny thing is that Lisa, I did not get time, because I was working the convention, I didn't get time to go to her table at all, because I was so fucking busy. I didn't get to get one of these from her, but so by the time I went to go to Lisa's table to grab a poster to get signed, she already had left. She was already on a plane back home, and I was like, I'm so sad, because like I've met her multiple times now, but I never got anything from her, so I was like, fuck, man, fuck, I don't have anything from her. And so so thankfully her agent, I forgot his name, but he was really sweet. He was like, because I asked him, I was like, hey, is Lisa still here? And he was like, no, she just got on a plane. And I was like, oh, okay. And he was like, why? And I said, oh, well, I had been meaning to stop at her table this entire weekend, and like I just wasn't able to because I've been working. He goes, oh, okay. And so he reaches in his bag and he goes, here you go. And I was like, sobbing, crying, throwing up. I was like, that's so nice. That's so sweet. So, shout outs. Shout outs to them. Jason and Lisa are the sweetest people, but also their agent is awesome too. So, but yeah. Dear Izzy Tangent Entertainment. But yeah, no, they're super sweet. If you ever get the chance to meet them, I can guarantee you're gonna have such a great time, because they are the kindest people. I met Lisa and like I started crying because I was like, you're my entire childhood. Like your voice is like my entire childhood. And she went, and then she started crying, and I was like, you can't cry because I'm gonna cry more. Anyways. But yeah. That's all. I just want to say that. I just want to... I will gush about my favorite voice actors. I've never met Roger, though, but hopefully one day. I've met Colleen, though. She's nice. That's all I have to say. I didn't really chat with her. The only, like, conversation I really had with her was regarding her coming to Sonic Expo, so... What the hell, Phil?
Stand back, sweet cheeks. I'll take care of this.
Did he actually just misogyny on Women's Month? Okay, Phil. No, I have not met Roger. I've met the other two Sonic voice actors, but I've not met Roger. It is oh my god, Keiki! I like the noises the Keyblade makes. His Keyblade noises are good. So, with the progress that I've made so far tonight, chat, do you think we could finish Aqua's story tomorrow? You met Mike? Pollock? Yes! I have to say something. If you've never met Mike, I'm gonna tell you guys something. You can't fucking repeat this ever, okay? I'm actually 5'6". But I'm actually 6'1", so. But anyways, I'm 5'6", right? And Mike is this tall. I'm taller than him. And I was not expecting that. He's just a little guy. He's literally just a little guy. But he has an insanely big voice. Like, I was shocked. I was like, whoa. I was like, I'm taller than you. And I was like, well, I mean, obviously I'm taller. I'm 6'1". Actually. Why is he fucking screaming like that? Like, hello?
Thunder! Yeah! Come on! Yeah! Come on!
Yeah! Ooh, Storm! We love that one, chat. We love Storm. Whoa! 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 Dude, she's so fucking badass. She's so cool. You guys cannot tell me that she's the coolest fucking bitch. See, that's what sounds like. Oh, bitch. Bitch, I want this, I want this, I want this. That's what I wanted, sorry. Mind square. Time to kill them. Magic pulse. Ooh, you like that one. Alrighty. There we go. Speaking of woman, I watched the Barbie movie today for the first time.
Oi, those wackos almost made euros out of it.
Well, maybe if you weren't trying to show off.
Who asked you, kid? You'll understand more when you're older.
And stronger. Strong enough to be a hero.
Did Izzy do Duolingo? Yes.
Being strong
I did
is
do
the same as
Duolingo
being
today.
Sure, mostly. Look how strong Terra is, and he's champion.
Terra.
Did you guys also okay, sorry. Did you guys say that there's a chance that I could finish this tomorrow if I finish Olympus?
Do you really know Terra?
Of course I do. He's the local hero everybody's going gaga for. Oh, now I get it. You're one of his fans.
Oh yeah, you can
Everywhere
finish
I
tomorrow.
go, it's
Hell
terror
yeah.
this, terror that. More like terror bull.
Whoa, chill,
I just want to
bro.
track him down.
Yeah, tell me about it, sister. You and the rest of Greece. Kid shows up out of nowhere, goes and wins the first games he ever enters, dazzling the whole town, and then the nudnik up and vanishes.
Everybody says Terra's the real thing. A true hero. I can't wait till I'm that tough.
Right.
Dude, yeah,
So
Phil is
tough, he
sassy
turned the
today.
last
What the
Schlemiel
fuck?
and phased him into a raving Yahoo.
Come on, Phil, be nice.
So you're telling me he isn't here?
Whoa, not so fast. He may not be here right now, but you never know. He could always decide he's going to show up for the games.
Yeah, to defend his title.
And
Why?
if you enter
Tara
it,
does not give a
there's always
shit.
a
Tara's
chance
like,
you might run into
whatever.
him. I got an idea. I'll sign you up myself. And if you need a trainer, I'd be more than happy to put you through the ropes.
Yeah, okay.
But Phil, I had to practically beg you.
Yeah, okay, women moment.
Shh, pipe down, kid. You and she ain't got the same attributes, if you
Whoa!
You know, you're right. Please sign me up for the games.
Ca-
My name is Aqua. Nice to meet you.
What? Why did he say that? Why did he say that? Misogyny!
Need a trainer.
Ah, women. Never change.
Misogyny!
So I
Boo!
suggest you go and get you signed up.
Kill him!
Meet me in the vestibule when you're ready.
In March! Oh my god, Kiki. Let's see, what can we... I don't want those, no. No, 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 no. This one's kind of good. I do like this one. We also need this. Oh, do we need to also buy a... Okay. That's fine. Let's go ahead and save real quick. I need to get some water. Oh, you're so right. I should probably add Byram. I haven't done that yet. Yeah, let me go grab some water, chat. I'm also gonna stretch a little bit, and then we will do Olympus. Imagine Terranor comes around every so often to defend his title. Fucking hell. Okay. I'll be right back. Give me a little bit. My sister just said so much to me. I literally just like came upstairs. I'm getting water and she like bursts through her door and she just goes, I've been saying 27 instead of 12. And I was like, what the hell does that even mean? What does that mean? What? So anyways, how's y'all's night going? $27 instead of 12. Yeah. Yes, that is what she said. Yep, I think this is good. I think that's good. Oh boy, here we go. Yippee! There we go, there we go, there we go. Good, good, good. Yippee! Whoa! Okay, yippee! Oh, these guys. All right, girly, please. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, we've got this, we've got this, we've got this. We're winning. We're winning. I've learned that I need to get rid of those guys first. I've learned. Oh! This is it. Jesus Christ! Is there any guy left? First try! Look at that! Oh, she really is my girly pop, huh?
Still no sign of Terra. The guy I'm supposed to fight is someone else named Zach.
Aqua, right?
Oh.
Hey, I'm Zach, your opponent. in
He's
the
so
final.
sweet. He's so cute.
Finally, once I beat you, I get to take on Terra.
He's so cute.
Terra.
I love him. He's just a little guy
Saying there's
who
another
dies.
match after the final?
Sorry, I don't need to mention that he dies every
Guess
single
you didn't
time.
Get the memo. Oh, Phil, would you tell her the rules?
Fine. Here's how it is. The games are divided into two brackets. You got your East, you got your West. The winners from each bracket face off in a championship match. Now, right now, you are competing in the East, and we got no idea about the other side. For all we know, your boy Terra could be cruising through over in the West.
Then I shouldn't be fighting matches here. I should be over there, looking for him.
No, you, can't. It's not allowed. Athletes are expressly forbidden from watching matches in the other bracket.
Did he just make that up? How should I know?
Did he just make that? I love that they're friends. I love that Zack and Hercules are friends. That'll be forever in my head canon.
Before they made it to the top. Give a guy a break. I got a reputation.
Hey, do it for us too?
All right, then. I'll finish what I started.
You will? Oh, the gods are smiling on me today. I'll be waiting for you in the vestibule. Just tell me when you're ready to go.
A match between Zack and Aqua? This I can't miss.
Ixnay on the action way. You got training to complete.
Oh, that's right. Well, good luck, guys. I'll see
He
you
said,
around.
"You got training, bitch. Can't watch."
Aqua, give it your best out there.
You too.
I am so fired up.
Oh, I love him. I love the characters here.
Zach, Terra is
Honestly,
a friend of
best
mine.
world.
How exactly is it that you know him?
He saved my
Also,
life.
why the fuck is he
During
swinging
the
his
last
arms like this
games,
while he's doing
this dude
squats?
named Hades tried to make Terra his
Bad
god of
form.
darkness.
Not good squat
and he
form.
used me to do it. He had some kind of magic or something that made me crazy. Gave me weird powers that I turned against Terra. But you know what? Terra freed me. And he didn't need the darkness to do it.
I had no idea.
Well, that's enough with the drama. I guess I'll see you in the ring, huh?
That's a Final Fantasy VII squat.
Terra.
Chat, I'm so happy I did that in like one go. I'm so happy I just did that. Now for the real fight. Yippee. Oh, I didn't see the new Thundara, my bad.
I promised Terra I'd face him. Fair and square.
The friendship between boys. It almost makes me jealous.
She's so fucking real for that one. Holy shit. I wasn't ready for that. God damn. Dude, she's so cool. She's so fucking cool. Come on, come on. Come on, y'all.
Gotcha.
And first try! Dude, she's badass! My queen! Ugh! I love her, I love her, I love her.
Lost. I've got a long ways to go if I'm gonna become a hero.
He's such a good sport about it too. I love him. I love him. I really do.
Here I thought a drop.
How did he get there though?
Head was up next, and holy hydras, it's just a little girl, a little lassie, a little bluebird.
Hades.
Can we stop looking at her like that? She's just a guy. She's just a guy.
Where did I put that bug spray?
Mosquito.
Whoa.
So
Okay,
you're
don't
Hades.
talk to Zach like that.
You use Zack and try to cast Terra into the darkness.
So, I take it you're acquainted with the spineless chicken heart.
Terra is my friend, and I hear he.
Go away, Republican.
He's not.
What?
Funny.
Are you talking about James Woods?
You see, it was Chickenheart who asked me for a little, shall we say, instruction on how to use darkness in the first place.
Oh,
never.
And he was so close to doing
I was
it,
like,
too.
huh?
The sap went and got cold feet. Now, if that ain't cowardly, I don't know what is. But you, my little bluebird, why not flit over here and demonstrate some real courage for the winning team?
The darkness doesn't interest me.
Well, that was rude. A no thank you, your godliness, might have sufficed. Fortunately, I still
She's
get
sassy.
to
She's like sassy in the
destroy
right
you.
way.
Rules
I love
say
her.
You face me next, and I have a whole lot of darkness with your name on it.
Get back here, Hades! Man, if only I were up against him. Aqua,
Dude, why has he got such a snatched fucking waist?
you gotta avenge me and Terra.
You've gotta.
I will.
You've just gotta. Alright. Different Thundara. Woo! Chat. I don't care for Poison Edge, honestly. Is this good, chat? Is this good? What does this make? Ooh, we love a Thunder Surge. Oh, that's awesome. But that's so worth it. All right, chat, here we go. Oh. Wait, what? Honestly, Aqua and Hades interactions are uncomfortable because James Woods allegedly harassed Willow Holland? What? Hades is a woman hater. Holy fucking shit,
I suppose
bro.
that's in the rules.
Rule number 2. Combatants may call for backup. Maybe you better call yours Bluebird.
He's already here.
Oh, wait, not him? Wait, what?
I can do this on my own.
Oh, the Titan, okay.
All yours, Frosty.
Oh my god, oh my god. Holy shit, shot.
This won't take long.
Fuck. Alright, hold on. Fuck. Fuck. Oh my god. Whoa. Okay, we should honestly just block that. We'll just try that again.
Better luck next time.
God damn, that hit hard, man.
All yours, Frosty.
Fuck. Oh, dude, he was too far away. Fuck me, dude. Oh shit. Oh, are you fucking real? He's invincible. Oh fuck. Uh-huh. Oh my god, oh my god. Dude, he's almost dead. There we go. Second try. Second try. Was it not my first? I thought I died. No, I died to the Titan because I fucking got hit. I got hit because I didn't shield. Her shield is so good, by the way.
I knew that snow cone wouldn't cut it.
Why is he so compressed? His gain is so high. He's oh, what happened? That was crunchy audio.
Next time I'll put him in his place. Oh yeah, you're the champ. We gotta celebrate.
Huh?
Shots!
Won't really be necessary.
Shots, shots, shots!
Hey, how about one date?
Oh my god. Leave her alone. She's just a little guy.
I have to leave right away.
Respect women!
I still have so much training to do.
Oh wait, she's
Fair enough.
flustered.
And I'm still a work in progress after all.
Wait, maybe she likes him back.
Well, how about this? I become a hero, then we go on a date.
I can't make any promises.
Oh.
Yes! Great, it's settled. Herohood, here I come.
Isn't Aerith kill him? Oh wait, that's right. Aren't they like together? Like, isn't Aerith and like Zack together or some shit like that?
Record time. Aqua, what's wrong? Your face is red.
Nothing. You want to be a hero too.
The one date line was a reference. Does he die before he gets a date with Aerith?
Yeah, I know. Strength alone won't make me a true hero.
Well, okay, you know what? Don't answer
I
that.
look at you and Zack, and I can tell there's something more.
You've got strength in your heart too. Never stop trying. And one day you might just become a true hero after all. Terra, you too. Keep fighting.
I love this world. This is probably my favorite world in Birth by Sleep. This one's cute. It's just always cute. I always feel good after I'm done with this world. Because Zack is always a bro. It really is just because Zack is such a bro. Like, genuinely. He's just a good guy. After this chat, it's just Neverland, right? So it's Deep Space, then Neverland, and then the end of the game, right? Yep. Cool. So I've been streaming for 5.5 hours, and my tummy is rumbling. So I'm gonna go eat, and I'm gonna clean my room because I got a trip to prepare for. So I think that is it for me. Let's go ahead and save really quickly. And I'll send y'all off to somebody else who's probably playing Kingdom Hearts. Alrighty, friends. Good stream. What do you guys think? That I started early and we're finished. We're finishing at a normal time? What the fuck is this? Izzy when she's actually on a good schedule for once. Let's see. This person is doing proud mode. What is that? What's the difference between proud mode and critical? Oh, this person's playing Kingdom Hearts for the first time. Let's go raid this person. Is he? It's 2 a.m. I don't think that's normal. That's a normal time for me to end. Wait. So critical cuts the amount of health you earn in half. Oh! I see. So proud is hard mode. Oh, I get it. I see. Wait, pause, hold on. Pause. I think I might. No, this person's fine. We could break. Oh my god, Smith! Smith, we were just about to end. We were looking for somebody. Hi, Smith Raiders. What were you guys? Smith, I saw you were playing marbles on stream. Oh, this is awkward. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. 5 more hours. Well, here's the thing. Okay. Hi, Smith chat. My name's Izzy. I'll give you a little introduction. I'm Izzy. I like Sonic the Hedgehog quite a bit. I literally have him on my controller. Hi, gotta go have fun. Okay, bye, Smith! I love Sonic the Hedgehog. You guys are probably, if you guys are, I guess, what should I say? Wild card heads, then you probably know me through, like, Jacob, or probably, most likely Smith as well. So, I'm playing through Kingdom Hearts for the first time. I'm currently on Birth by Sleep, and we literally are on, like, the last story, so we're on Aqua's playthrough now. And we just finished Ventus' story last night. We are literally, like, 2 worlds away from pretty much the end game of Aqua's story, so, but I have been streaming for about 5 hours, and I hate to do this, but I need to eat. I need to take a break. I gotta go Mimi's. It is time for me to also end my stream, so I hate for you guys to raid and then also for me to leave, but, I'm gonna send you to a friend. Yeah, thank you. I'll be playing the rest of Aqua's story tomorrow. So if you guys want to come by and watch me finish Aqua's story and all of Birth by Sleep tomorrow, I'll be starting around, like, I'm gonna say 7 p.m. PST. So it's okay. Have a good night. Love that your channel points are the ring boxes. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we love a little bit of Sonic around here. We just gotta. Here, this was our sub goal. Oh shit, that's huge. We just met it today. So once I get back from, I'm going on a trip with some friends. Once I get back from my trip, we'll be playing Sonic 3 and Knuckles. So, anyways, I'll be starting around 7 p.m. PST tomorrow so we can finish up Aqua's story. I'm excited. Aqua has redeemed this game for me single-handedly. Going to the friend award thingy? Yeah, yes I am. So, anyways, I will see you guys tomorrow around 7 p.m. PST. Let's go find somebody really quickly to raid. I want to raid another, like, Kingdom Hearts person or someone who's playing Kingdom Hearts. So let me find somebody who's like, we will beat Sephiroth today. I like that title. Let's go raid this person. I don't know who this person is, but I like that title. Alright, let's go raid this person. Random person, they have like 1 viewer, so go spread some love, chat. Okay, again, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night, chat. Thanks for hanging out with me. Good night, Smith chat. Thanks for hanging out for like 5 minutes. But I gotta go take care of myself now. Have fun. Hopefully this person has a microphone. I don't know, but go show them some love. All right, good night, friends. Bye.